Hello everyone, Argsy here. You've just caught me coming out of Costco. We've been down here getting a very early lunch. We are here on Chilliwack, British Columbia. Now this is the 4x map we did a map tour on just the other day. And I've decided we're going to jump in and try and tackle a little bit of a challenge. But we did have to get some lunch before we do that. And we're going to go for a little bit of a look around the map and take a look at our farm, or farms as the case may be at the moment, look at how things are set up and what the aim for this series is going to be. So we'll just jump into the pickup here and I'll bring up the PDA, have a look at the map, and then we're going to go for a little bit of a drive around the different farms and check things out before we might get into a little bit of some wheat harvest. We'll see how time goes. Alright, so here we are. We'll just bring the PDA up and I'll show you around. There is the map in general. Now if we just jump into the buy menu so I can show you what our land is, and you can see we have a selection of fields all around the map. And if you're familiar with the map, you will know this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, those 5 all contain the cattle pastures or the dairy barns or whatever you want to call them that are on this map. Those are the 5 main cattle farms. So we own all of those. And then we have these blocks down here. So if we just jump back out and have a look here, you can see we've got this array of fields here, all with soybeans in, a few fields here with soybeans in. Then we've got another field down here, again, with soybeans. Got some corn down here, that field. We've got a couple of small fields of wheat here, and another field of wheat up with this one. And this barn up here, this plot of land doesn't have any fields. So the premise behind this series is we've come to Chilliwack, we've inherited these dairy farms, or we've bought them, or come to be part of the management for them. Whatever way you want to sell it, we now own all this land and all these dairy farms, and the intention is to amalgamate all of those dairy pastures, everything into a more central feedlot down here on this plot. This is going to become our main farmyard, which requires a whole lot of development into it. So we need to make some money. We do have, we just jump out of there, $288,000. But if we can get things set up, we can clear some land, get some crops harvested, get some cattle producing some food and things like that, we can start to think about how we're going to centralize the farm into one location, and we will offload the dairy farms we already own so we can make some money off those and use the value of those properties to help us build what we want to do. But we're going to head on out now. Just while we're doing this, we're just going to go for a drive along here and head down towards the main yard and check out these farms on the way, because I want to show you all the different equipment we've inherited or have set up on these farms. But just some of the other mods we are using. I have got Maize Plus for the very first time ever, using Maize Plus either on 19 or 22, Farming Simulator 22. This will be the first time I've ever used Maize Plus, so we're going to give that a go. I also have the enhanced animals feature that recently came out, so our animals will die as time goes by, and we also have the chance of different offspring from our animals as well. So incredibly excited to try that one out, not one I have used yet. Just thinking through, those are probably the main 2 that I did just want to point out. We've got a whole lot of features of the other mod that we'd normally use, but those were certainly 2 of the ones that I think will have the biggest impact on our gameplay. But I think if we head down the road here a little bit further, we'll get to one of the first dairy farms. Can't remember if there's any equipment at that one. I think we might have a tractor and a feed mix. We'll go ahead and have a look at that, and then we'll carry on our trip around the rest of the farms. So we're just heading on down here to this, you can see in here on the left. Now one thing with this map is there isn't really any defined access ways or tracks or anything like these for any of these farmyards, which for anyone else who's playing it was actually quite a cool feature, because it does give you the chance to do some landscaping and come up with a solution for that however you might like. But down here we do have the Kubota M7 and the front loader there on the front of that, and a Silo King feed mixer. Now you can see as we stand a little bit closer there, it gives us all the menu for Maize Plus on what our mix is and what we need to do to make a good mix, which is very nice. Looking forward to giving that a go. Now we don't have any food, we are going to have to get that set up. That is one of our priorities. We do already have some animals. We've got 50 cows in here, you can see there. So we do already have some of those. Obviously we're not producing anything like that at this stage, and fortunately they're not going to die by not having any food. So that is that. Now we're going to jump back in and just have a look here on the PDA and show you exactly where we are right now. So we're down here, field 195, which is the soybean field around this cattle pasture. We might head on back up the road. I'll make sure I stick to the right hand side. My Kiwi instincts came into play when we pulled out of the Costco, and I realised we drove halfway down here on the wrong side of the road. So we'll make sure we try and avoid doing that in the future. But we'll head all the way along here. We'll go and take a look here at this cattle pasture. We do have a piece of equipment there. I won't bother going and looking at this one. Maybe we will. We'll see. We might drive down past here. In fact, we will, because I want to head on up here. We've got a whole lot more equipment up at this farm before we spin back around, come down past that one, and we'll end up down here at the main yard and having a look at those different bits of farm equipment. So it wasn't meant to be a map tour, but it is certainly turning into one of those as we look at what's set up where and how the farm is going to be run. So let's carry on our moves. We're just pulling up here on the next of our cattle barns. We've got the cornfield in here on the right, which I think we might use that to make some silage very early on. And just pulling in here, again, no tracks or anything like that. I really should have added some in, and maybe we will before next time. You can see there we've got a Cattle Star animal trailer, which means we do have a couple of trucks parked somewhere, but that is there. That is for hauling our animals around. And over here, you can see we've got another 50 animals in this barn as well. There we are. So again, no food, no water. We do need to get all of those sort of things in order as soon as we can. So lots of priorities for what we're wanting to do here on the farm. And like I said, we do have the corn there wrapped around this pasture, but I think we might come down, and in fact there is there's a silage pit out the back as well we can throw that into. So that might be one of our very early tasks to do before we go too much further, is getting that chopped up and turned into some silage. But that is there. Now we're going to carry on along the road and head on down to the next of the farms. We won't bother stopping at this farm, but those are the couple of wheat fields just there that we do have ready. We've got another 50 animals down at this barn here. We've got another tractor, another loading wagon or feeding wagon. We've got the John Deere 40 series there with the front end loader on it. But other than that, the silage bunker there as well, or a few silage bunkers actually in behind. But I think that might be one of the very first ones that we might try and offload, because if we can get in there and get that wheat harvested and taken off, and the animals moved, we might look to sell that farm very early on and use that to reinvest back into our main yard. Let's carry on down this way and have a look at the next one. This is one of the more major farms with a lot more buildings and equipment. In fact, we've got a name there, Ravenwood Farm, and we do have the cattle in here as well, but this has been set up and we've inherited this. This is the base of the silage operations that we have. So we'll just pop out and have a quick look around the equipment. We've got the case wheel loader over there. It's got a nice big fork or silage handler there on the front, so that's going to come very handy when we need to do some compaction on the pits. We've got a couple of Maya forage boxes, so they will be very handy for working when we are running some silage. And as well as that, depending on where we're working, we've got the two Mack trucks over here with a couple of big silage trailers on them. One is the Arctic's trailer there, and I think the other one is the Silage Boss trailer on the other side. There you go, Lizard Silage Boss. So some good capacity in all of those for when we are getting into doing some silage. And obviously the main thing you do need is a good forage harvester. So we've gone and got ourselves, or have inherited again, we'll carry on, a 990 class Jaguar. We've got the grass pickup there on the front, so we can do some grass silage if that's what we choose. We've also got a rather nice and wide, 9 metre wide corn head for running through the maize, and we've also got the chopper header here, the direct disc 5 metre wide, for running through any whole crop silage we might want to do out of canola, wheat, those kind of things. So depending on what crops we might grow in the future or how we might want to tackle our silage, we've got that option as well. Again, not something I've actually done in the Farming Simulator, and of course I know Maize Plus does provide the opportunity for different types of silage, so it will be interesting to try those out. But this is sort of the main silage operation. This is where everything's set up, but you can see as we get around the farms we've got equipment scattered all over the place, and I do want to get that consolidated and brought back into a central location. So that is the intention with the main farm. But anyhow, one more farm yard to go and check out for animals, and then we will be into the main area where we're looking at building and developing, or further developing, our farm. Well, just one other thing before we do leave, no animals at this farm. We do have the animal pasture down there, so it could be an option to relocate those cattle from down the road and bring them up to this one, so we can get that yard sold off once we've harvested that wheat. So that could be a way to make a use of that. We're going to carry on down the road here and look at the very last of those cattle yards. And here we are. This is the fifth and I guess final cattle barn, and we'll just wait for this car to go past. and pop in here. This is really where all the haymaking equipment is. Some of it would be useful for silage, particularly if you're doing the grass silage and that, but just as we drive around here, you will see we've got a swather there, a tedder, a V-rake, baler, and a trailer there for picking up the bales. So that will be used for maybe some hay, maybe some silage. Will depend how we get on with that. We do have the other cattle pasture there. We've got another 50 head of animals in there, that one as well. This one's probably not quite at its higher priority to offload. While it doesn't have any arable fields with it, it is quite close to where the main yard is going to be. So this could be one where potentially we could develop a little bit further, maybe even put another cattle pasture in, or just run as a slightly isolated from the other one. But we're just going to carry on down here just a little bit. These green fields up here on the right are the start of our fields that have soybeans in them. So I think it is the first three here on our right, just starting off right there. So this field here and running along here to the others are all the ones we own. Bit overgrown, we might have to get in and do some bushwhacking to get rid of all that. But 1, 2, and then this field here on the right as well. And then in here on the left is where we are looking to base ourselves and really develop our farmyard and build things up. As we come in here, you'll see we do have a name for this farm. It is Evergreen. Here we go. Evergreen Farmstead, established 1895. Don't know why it's got a pig on there. We might have to look at changing that. But you can see our big soybean fields out the back here for these ones. So lots of space. Once those are harvested, we can get in and take some of that out and develop this further. We've got lots of space in here. We do need a grain silo. We don't have one of those anywhere. We need some storage space for equipment as well. You can see pretty much everything is out here in the open in the weather without too much protection. So let's take a quick look around what we have. We're in Canada. It seems appropriate to use a Borgo drill, so we do have the smaller of the Borgo drills there, about a 9-meter operation I think, might be a little bit wider. Gone for something unique for us with the tractors. We do have the New Holland T8 with the tracked rear tyres, or rear wheels, whatever you want to call it, and the dual row crops on front, so it's something a little bit different. That is going to be doing a lot of our seeding and work like that. Got the John Deere planter here as well. So that will be handy for planting corn. Big tillage workhorse. Again, we're in Canada. It seems appropriate to have a versatile. So we have got the 2425 there. And that will be doing a lot of our big bulk tillage. It is our biggest horsepower tractor. Around the corner here, we've got the Case EcoTill. That will be doing all our ploughing. And we've got the 465 speed till. Case 465 speed till for our tillage work. We've also got a Borgo cultivator there. So a couple of different options for how we are going to work up the fields. And of course the Versatile and the T8 there as our main workhorses. A little Strobel BT200 bulk tender that's got 2 hoppers in it, so we can run seed and fertilizer if we need to around with that. A couple of trailers here. One set of trailers. The Dopecar Legacy bottom hoppers, so looking forward to giving those a try out when we get some crops, and that shouldn't be too far away. Header, 30-foot wide header there, New Holland header, and that obviously goes on to this older New Holland TR99 combine. So that might be something, if we are going to keep running these arable crops and having a annual harvest, it might be something we might look at upgrading at some stage. Something a little bit newer. It's probably the oldest piece of equipment on the farm. We're very fortunate to have as well the John Deere 4940 spreader, and we've also got the sprayer attachment for that as well. So that's quite a modern piece of equipment on the farm here, which is very helpful, very good to have. And we've got an older J&M grain cart here as well. Not very big, not a huge capacity, but the combine doesn't have a very big capacity either. So that pretty much rounds out all of our equipment. Of course, we do have the F450 and the gooseneck trailer here as well. So we do want to think about possibly having to get a skid steer at some stage. So a few different things there that we might look at buying as we develop. But that is, for all intents and purposes, that is a rundown of our operation at the moment. Like I said, the plan is to develop a bit of a feedlot here. I want to get this into sort of a bigger consolidated feedlot using the Schultz Modding's buildable feedlot mod. We're going to try and build up something there and get as many animals down here as we can. Of course, we'll be waiting until these crops are harvested because we don't want to be digging in any potential money. Crops are green at the moment. Green is the colour of money, so we will be wanting to harvest those and get into them. Speaking of harvesting, let's go and jump into the combine. We're going to run on down to one of those wheat fields and we're going to make a start on that now. So we'll get everything sorted out. I don't think we're going to worry about taking the grain cart down for that. I think we can just take a truck down. In fact, we have to go and get the trucks from over at the other farm. So perhaps if we run over to that farm, we'll go and harvest the wheat field over there, and we can come back with one of the trucks to pick up the trailers. So we'll get everything sorted out and see you over there. Well, I can tell you I'm already looking forward to getting things a little bit closer to home. This has taken a little bit longer, or a wee while actually, to get driven over here. We had to bring the header over separately. This combine doesn't even have a hitch to pull its own header trailer, so we had to bring that over with the pickup, and then we've taken the pickup back to go and get the combine here and get things hooked up, and then we're going to have to grab the truck and head back over with one of those to go and bring the trailer back. There we are. We've got things here now, so we might just jump straight in and make a start harvesting. Now I am going to keep the straw, obviously. It might come in handy with our animals and being able to give it to them for bedding and things like that, possibly for padding out our food mixture. I need to get my head around whether that is something we can do with Maize Plus or not. But I'm just going to jump straight into harvesting right now, then we'll worry about going and getting a trailer when we need to get the hopper emptied out. There we are, we've got things all unfolded. Nice little animation actually on this little this New Holland, very nicely done. Turn that on there, and we will just make a start here into the field. Make sure we've got our swath dropping turned on. There it is, we're getting that out as well. Now we do have GPS on this combine as well, probably a little bit of a retrofit model to the older combine, but it is something that will make things a whole lot easier for us at this stage. But like I said, it would be good to be able to upgrade this and look to get something a little bit newer at some stage. But we're coming along here, 6 miles per hour in a small field with this size combine actually doesn't feel too slow at all. Well, there we are. I thought we might have managed to get to the end of the road before we were full, but we are chocker. But that's gone quite well, actually, for a start. I'm enjoying this little combine. It's doing a great job. It's nice and efficient, nice and fast, and we've mowed through that field very quickly. So we're going to head on over. We'll go and grab the truck, and we'll go and get one of the trailers, bring that back over here so we can get this dumped out. We might as well get things all set up and ready to offload. All good there. Opened out, and once we're back with the truck, should be able to, hopefully, drive in straight under that. Looks like it's going to be high enough, but we'll get that turned off, and we'll go and pick one of the Macs and head on over and grab one of those grain trailers. Alright, back here with the trailer. Now, we did only bring the lead trailer, we didn't bother bring the whole B-train setup. We'll just get swung in here, and we'll go and pull in underneath the auger. Hopefully we'll be able to start getting things unloaded. We should have enough space though in this trailer, certainly for this field. Be interesting with the other 2 fields we've got to do, which I wasn't actually planning on getting into today, but I think, there we go, we'll need to hop into the combine to turn the auger on, but I think we might just about be able to get in and get started on those. Here we go, unloading, getting our grain, our wheat there, into the hopper. So that's all going very well. It's going to take a wee while to unload. It's not the fastest auger, but we'll let it do its thing, and then we'll go and carry on in this field. There we are, field done. Now that did not take too long at all. We must have ended up with just under 19,000 litres of wheat off that. I think it's about 12,500 litres in the trailer already, and we've got 6,500 litres on board here. So there we go. That last little bit picked up, and that has gone much faster than I thought. This field was a little bit smaller than I was expecting, and we've got through it pretty quick with this 30-foot header. Unfortunately, I'm just going to have to figure out, I don't know if there's a hitch on the back of the truck. If there's a hitch on the back of the truck, we'll be able to take the header behind and we could go down and start doing one of the other fields. But otherwise, we're going to be stuck over here without actually having a any way of getting the header across to where we need to be. Let's just leave that going. Is there any hitch down here? No, there's not. Right, well, let's give that some thought. We might have to go and grab the pickup and bring that back over here, and then see about getting that header moved. Alright, there we are. Just enough to fill up the front hopper and put just a few hundred litres into the rear hopper. So we'll go over and we'll get this header taken off, and then we'll make some plans. Try and relocate down to the next field. Well, we've made it down here. The wife came in very handy, and she brought the pickup over. She ran us down here, or she actually came and picked us up down here once we brought the combine down. Took us back to grab the truck, and she brought the header down here on the trailer. So, very helpful. Always nice. Get that unfolded. Always nice to have a very helpful partner in crime when it comes to farming. Someone who doesn't mind running back and forth and doing those little tasks when you need a hand. So we're going to jump straight in and carry on harvesting in this field and the other one. Hopefully we've got enough space in the truck. There was 19,000 litres in total, and I think we've got space for about 38,000 in there. So hopefully we can get all of this harvested and put in there as well. I'm not sure how we're going to go on with yields or anything like that. Now, just speaking of yields, we do have precision farming as well. We are running that on this save, so we will have those kind of things to consider as well in the future. But we're just going to carry on, jump into a little bit of a montage here, and we'll see when we're done with the harvest. Well, it's not a bad problem to have, having too much grain, but we did make a little bit of a mistake not bringing over both the trailers. We've managed to fill this one up here, and we've got another full hopper here on the combine with still another 2 or 3 passes over in that other little field. But what we're going to do, we're just going to turn this off once we get that auger out and leave that there. Now, I've been having a chat to one of the local operators, and just down the road we've got a silo which they use for loading the trains, and there's some storage space in there. And I've said very nicely that we can go down and actually store some of our crops down in there. They're not being used by anyone else at the moment. Most stuff's either being stored on farm or going direct to market, so we can head on down here into where the train yard and everything is, and drop our grain off there. So we've got 37,500 litres here, another 12,500 litres in the hopper. It's 50,000 litres. So that's not a bad little effort out of those 3 fields, considering there was no fertiliser, there was weeds in some, pH levels aren't the best, so not a bad little yield. So they said I should just be able to drive to the big building down by the train yard. I think that's the one here on the end. There is an unload hopper. We can drive through and go over top of that, and we should just be able to leave our crop in here. Let's just get driven in here. We should get, hopefully, there we are, trigger to be able to start unloading wheat. In fact, if we come right in here, you can see, there we are, that is going through there, and we're getting that emptied out, and in fact that emptied out incredibly quick. Be able to change to the next one right next to us here, get the last of the wheat out of that one. Look at that, considering how slowly it took for them to fill up in the first place. That's incredibly fast to empty out. Alright, well that's good to know. We've got this resource here we can tap into if we need it. So let's head on back down and get the last of that field finished off. We've got back here, we're just running along the last pass here. We've emptied out the combine into the truck already. That was 12,500 litres with another 3 or so thousand litres here to go, and 15.5 on top of the 37.5 that we did have. So not a bad little yield. I'm actually mildly surprised how well we did. Now this combine does seem to get a little bit of a bounce going on with it. I'm not sure what causes that. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. Might just be something, being a bit of an older piece of equipment, might not have quite the nice ride that the newer cabs do. So like I said, let's look at trying to get this replaced at some stage. We're not in a big hurry to do that, but there we are. These fields are done, the other field is finished, and we've now got a whole lot of straw to bale up for the next episode. I was planning on only actually harvesting one of these fields for this episode. Hopefully my rambling hasn't carried us on for too long, but it was good to get those all done and make a good positive start on this series. Anyhow, we're just going to pop on over here. We'll get this emptied into the truck and go and get that dumped down into the same storage spot down at the railroad, and we'll be wrapping things up. And there we go, that is the combine all emptied. So we'll get this tarp put on over, we will go and get this dropped off. We'll get the combine and everything back to the yard with the help of our fantastic wife to ship everything back and forth, run shuttles and whatnot. But there we go, first episode done and dusted here on Chilliwack. Hope you have enjoyed that one. Any suggestions, leave a comment down below, let me know what you think, or what you think we could add to it just to make it even better than it already is. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to Chilliwack. We are going down here to pick up the baler. We've got all the straw from the 3 wheat fields we harvested last time. We're going to get baled up and put into some straw bales. Now that is actually going to force us to start some of the farm development actually, because we've got nowhere to store our bales at the moment. So we are going to head back down to the farm at some stage, probably once we've got some loaded there onto the trailer. You can just see next to the baler. And we're going to get our hay barn or straw barn or whatever you want to call it, bale shed. We're going to get that built and be the first part of our development on the farm. So that is the plan for today. If we get all of that done in good enough time, I'm also thinking we might try and get some fertilizer spread onto the soybean fields, because I imagine, although I'm saying that, soybeans don't actually need much nitrogen, do they? So perhaps we won't need to do that. We'll see how we go. We might go and suss that out. I'm not going to put nitrogen on soybean fields if they don't need it. But for now, we will head on over and start getting some of the straw baled up. I need to suss out what size bales we're going to make sure we get the most efficient and appropriate sized bales for both the trailer and for the barn. Now that truck trailer, we do have Loki's universal auto load. So as much as I do like manually loading bales, I think there could be quite a lot of bale work being done in this series. So we may look at using the auto load. I don't know, we'll see. We might just go around and grab the bales and then stack them somewhere, then auto load them off the ground. We'll see what is the best way to do it. But anyhow, let's head on over to the first of the fields we harvested, and we're going to go and start with the baling over there. We've made it over here to the first field that we harvested, and we're just going to get pulled in. Now, I was just checking on the way over here on bale sizes, and if we just have a look in the shop, or in fact in our garage here, this is the baler we own, the Kubota Fast Bale. And you'll see we don't actually have an option on bale sizes. It's 125 centimeters, whether it's hay and straw or for the wrapped bales. So actually no other options there. But look at all those different things we can do here with the Maize Plus and everything else. that's in here. So we're going to have lots of things we can get done. But let's get this unfolded, get it turned on, put the pickup down, and get started on picking this straw up. It does mean, being smaller bales, we're probably going to end up with a whole lot more than I was bargaining for, but that's just the way it is. We will be just fine. But I'm enjoying this fast bale. I did like using this in Farm Sim 19, so looking forward to having it here in 22 as well, because obviously as we get full like that, no need to slow down. Obviously normal round baler would be pausing just there and having to wait for that, but we can just keep going. It's very, very handy. And we do have, I was just wondering if we had the automatic drop on, and it appears we do, which was a little bit unfortunate with the timing there, because it was right as we wanted to back up to get onto the next windrow. But there we are, that is us underway with baling some straw. So normally we'd sell the straw, but of course with Maize Plus and running animals, we're going to keep hold of it and see if we can use it in bedding or something like that once we get started on the cattle. So let's carry on, we'll get this field baled and see how many we end up in here and head on down to the other ones. And there we go, first field done. Did not take very long at all. And we'll get to the end here and then just do a quick look on how many bales we've ended up with. 3,000 litres in the baler. And of course, if we just pop up our menu here, you will see you got 15 bales off this field. So that's not a bad little start. 5,000 litres each, I think they are. So 75,000 litres. It's a good start. So we're just going to head on back down. I was just contemplating whether we might actually get these all rode up. It's a little bit I just missed here we're going to pick up. But I was just contemplating whether I do disconnect the baler now and actually get these all loaded up and put in one spot, so it might make it easier to auto load. In fact, I think we might just do that. We might just race around very quickly on the field here and do that. So we'll get that folded up and we will just disconnect the baler. Go and see if we can pick these up. Not sure how heavy they're going to be. We've got the round bale grab. Pop on over here and go and grab one of these. Here we go. Would be okay without the weight on. It's only 5,000. Oh, didn't actually grab that very well, did I? Let's try that again. Alright, there we go. It took us about 3 goes to grab it properly, but we seem to be able to carry that around, so we'll just run over here. Put it down next to the other one. Now, these grabs are probably better suited to doing silage when the bale's been wrapped and tipped on its side rather than these ones which are up this way, but we'll be able to make it work. So we're just going to run around very quickly, grab all these bales and move them over here onto the edge of the field. When we come over here with the truck and trailer, it'll just be a little bit easier to pick them up and get them loaded onto the back of that. There we go, that one was much better grabbed. Just need to make sure I'm nice and square on and have everything in the right spot. So we'll get a little bit of loader work done, and but we also won't grapple with putting them on the back of the truck and getting the trailer loaded. So we'll be able to save a little bit of time there. So let's carry on, get this done as efficiently, as fast as we can, and we'll see when we're done. The last couple of bales here, there's one more just over there behind the baler we'll go and grab, but it was nice to be able to pick them up 2 by 2 like this. It's made things a lot faster. 50% less trips taken. And we'll just leave these all stacked up nice and, well, I would say neatly, but it's not too neat, but right here on the edge of the field, and that will make it much easier when we come over with the truck and auto load trailer, and we'll just be able to get next to them and pick them straight up. Like I said, just this one last bale here we will get in and get picked up, and then we'll be off over to the other fields, so we'll catch you when we get over there. Here we are down at the next couple of fields, and we'll just go straight in here. I know this is where we started harvesting, so probably the best place to get things all loaded up and loaded up. Get things all unfolded and start on our baling. So again, we're just going to carry on and get around here and see how many we ended up with. So we had 15 in the last field, probably 15 and a half if you count the one that was already in the baler. So we'll keep an eye on, see how many we end up with total. I'm reckoning maybe another 20 off these 2 fields, maybe a little bit more. 20 won't be too far off, so we'll see how we go. We'll just carry on and get into it and get it done, so we'll catch up with you again soon. I don't think we're quite going to have enough to make a last bale out of this. That's alright. Actually going to go quite close, but stuck at about 4,000 litres, aren't we? 4,124. There we go. Anyhow, that is what it is. Everything is done, so we'll just get this lifted up, folded up, everything like that, and let's just take a look how many bales we have total. 43, and we had 15 and a half on the first one, so what's that? 28. That's a few more than the 20 or so that I estimated, which is good. It's very good. So I think we'll do the same as what we did over in the last field. We will drop the baler off and we will go and move all these into probably a central position. Actually, I might move them over here, or I might do a couple of stacks. At least when we come in with the trailer, it's a little bit easier to load and get them into the back of the trailer. So we'll just get things over here, we'll disconnect and go and get these all moved. Alright, there we go. Got the first couple picked up here, so I think then we're over here in the middle, and then we'll be able to drive the truck into the field and get everything moved. Now, this is still the plan, is to sell this little bit of farm. Get those few animals moved out of there, and we will go and move them down to the other farm where we just were baling the straw, and that can be, I guess, home for them for a wee while until we get the main part of the cattle empire set up, and we will then be able to get this sold and have a bit more money for building our new farmyard. So we'll carry on, get these bales all moved out of the way, and then we'll be back over here with the truck and ready to get them loaded up and back into our storage barn that we haven't built yet. Alright, last 2 bales into the middle here, and we were all set to bring the trailer over and get them all loaded up. Now, I have to actually do a little bit of investigation and figure out how many bales the trailer actually takes, because I'm not 100% clear on that. That's fine. We will head on back over. We'll take the baler back over to the farm. We will head on down and grab the semi and go and get the bale trailer, and then we'll be back over here and the other field to get those all loaded up before we can put them in our shed. We're just going to pull into the main farm here. We're not going to bother taking this back down to the other one at this stage. We might even leave it here. We'll see once we get back and get the new farm constructed. Might be space for it here somewhere. There we go, that'll do. Just park that up there, and we'll go and jump into the semi. Now, for those of you who know what I do for a living, being an architect, I am very organised when it comes to my farmyard build. So I've actually, like I did on Elk Mountain, we have come up with a plan of how we're going to build this. So already knowing exactly where the shed's going to go and making sure we're not going to put it in a spot that's going to impact the future development and future plans. So we've already got that all sorted. And we'll build that once we've gone and got some of these bales loaded up. So we're just going to run down the road and pick up that bale trailer. We'll head on over to one of the fields, and probably actually the second field that we were just in. That's got the most bales, so we'll go and see if we can fill up out of there. And we can get back over here and we'll worry about the shed then. Here we are, we've got the trailer hooked up. Let's head on over to the field and go and get those bales all picked up. Hoping this is going to work. I haven't actually tested the auto loadout, so it could be a little bit of a disaster. But fingers crossed, when we get over there, everything will make sense. So, we'll get back over to the field and give it a go. Alright, we've made it over here to the field, and I have made a little bit of a mistake, or had made a little bit of a mistake. This trailer is not supported by the universal auto load by Loki, which is what I was hoping we were going to be able to use this. This is by Top Ace 888 and actually has auto load built into it. So what we've done, we just hop out here and go and have a quick look. We can come over here next to our trailer, press M and bring up our mobile vehicle workshop, jump into customize, and we had the auto load option there. So I've already reconfigured it to take 34 around 125 centimeter bales. So we'll give that a go and see how it works. Now the downside to that is it will only auto load that size bales, which is fine for the moment, but if we wanted to pick anything else up in the future, we'd either have to make that size bale or reconfigure it. So I may look at whether we replace this with one of the other flatbed trailers, which does use the universal auto load rather than this one. But let's jump in here and take a look at getting it loaded. Just bring up our menu. You can see we've got an option there for operating position, and easy as that, press that and we've gone from operating and loaded to transporting. So we'll just press that button, and I think we should have everything now strapped down. So let's go for a little bit of a drive, get on over to the other field and pick up a few more bales and get a full load. And then we can go down and see if we can get them unloaded into the barn, or build the barn and get them unloaded into the barn. So let's go and do that. Alright, over here, we'll just press B again, and then we have 34 bales. So what have we got left there? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it would have been nice to be able to get them all. In hindsight, we probably could have gone back to the yard because we weren't going to get all of these in one trip anyhow, but at least now we do have a full load. Now, B again will put us into transport position. We can head on over to the main farm. Here we are back over at the main yard. We're just going to get pulled into the entrance here, and we're actually going to head around the back of the barn here on the left, and we will get the new hay straw storage barn constructed. Now I'll pop up in just a second. We'll get part. There we are. Now I'm going to pop up our little map or plan that I've come up with for the main farmyard and how we're going to build this. So you see there, we've got the grey for the main entrance. You can see the sheds and things that we already have. Now over on the left, where a lot of our equipment's stored down in the orange sheds, we're going to put our workshop and main storage shed over that side. And then on the other side of the entrance, it made sense to have some grain silos and also our resupply bins. So we'll have some things we can buy fertiliser and lime and things like that out of. We don't have to run down to the co-op to do it. We'll become pretty much self-dependent with those kind of things. And then towards the back, you can see we've got a couple of stave silos there for our forage and silage. That mirrors the one that's already there with the barn. Then next to that is 2 bale sheds. Now I don't know if we'll need 2, but we'll leave enough space to put 2 in. We'll just build 1 for today. Further along from there is silage pits, and you'll see the trend there is obviously all of the items we need to be able to make our cattle feed are all there in a line. So we should be able to quite easily go along and get what we need. be able to feed the cattle. And over the other side of that little track there is the main cattle area. You can see we've got sort of a couple of lanes or access ways down between, so we get through to feed and clean out and do whatever else we need to do. And then right on the end there, probably as far away from the house as we could put it, and near the neighbour's boundary would be our manure pit. So we obviously get some manure cattle out of those cattle pens, be able to use that as natural fertiliser onto our fields. Now in terms of the fields, you can see the line there on the right. The idea will be to merge the field up the top and just have that as one big field, and then the bit down the bottom, we were going to convert that to a grass field, extend it right into the corner, and that we can use for making some hay and silage. Of course, we still do have all the fields over the road we own as well, and eventually we'll see how we go. We could extend the feedlots and that a little bit further into the field if we need to. Bear in mind that the feedlot we're planning on using takes or holds 2,400 animals, so I'm not sure if that will be needed. So that is the plan there with the map. So let's go and get building, and we'll get our shed built. So in the build menu here, I'm just going to scroll all the way across the sheds. Now we've got a lot of different shed mods installed to give us some options when it comes time to build the rest of the yard up. But right near here, the end, this is it here. This is the Steel Object Storage Shed by GTX. Now we just need to click on that, and there you go. We can see our shed. Now I'm just going to rotate this around. Now out the front, it has a spawn point for the shed, and it also has a unload point. So you can just make out the yellow and black markers there, which are just in front of the truck. That is where the bales will spawn when we've got them coming out of the shed, and to put them into the shed, they go in just in front of between the shed and where that spawn point is. So I'm just going to spin around, because what I want to do, one, make sure there's enough space at the front, but I also want to try and align it with the back of the shed. So I think, or the back of the existing shed, going to be pretty close to the header trailer there, but we'll be right. And obviously leave a little bit of space between the existing barn. Not that we can use it, but just in case, or just to make it look like it is authentic. So I reckon if we put that right about there, just going to hit the build button, and there we are. That is our shed done. So let's go and have a look at it. So there is the first part of our new build, $14,000 plus a little bit of change. And as it says, as it shows you there, it will store bales, which is fantastic. So let's go and jump into the truck. We'll try and get them unloaded and see what we can do. Now, just in front of here, you can come in, and there is the trigger to spawn bales once there's some in there. So you can see we haven't got any in at the moment, but we will go and get some put in. So if we drive through where the bales will spawn out at the end, now I'm just going to stop there. We press Y, we'll enter the unload mode, and we can use the left button on the mouse key, left and right on the mouse, and up and down on the mouse to get that put there. And right about there is the spawn point, or the load point. So if we press Y again, unload them, here we go, they'll disappear, all but a couple, and they'll now all be up in the shed. So I have to next time just pull forward just a fraction more to make sure we get them all in there. But there you go, you can see now we've got 32 of 560 bales all stacked down there nice and neatly. And if we can come back again to the front, park right about here, you can see those in there, 160,000 litres. So it's good that it does give us capacity on what they are in there. And if we wanted to spawn some, we can just click on the ones we want to spawn. Spawn area is blocked, so it's telling me there. I was wondering why I couldn't click on it, but the spawn area is blocked by the semi-trailer, so we need to move that out of the way. But if we wanted to, we'd just click on the plus button to see how many we wanted out, and then click on the spawn option down there. So very, very handy. Right, let's get these couple of bales into the trigger here, and then we'll head on over and pick the rest up from over in the field. Alright, back over here, we'll just get these all loaded up. We should be able to press the B button and hopefully get into the transport mode. Here we go. Load mode. There we are. So that's loaded. Press it again. We'll go into transport mode. And there we are. 9 more bales. I'm going to get these all dropped off into the shed, and that will be all the bales collected. Now, one more task we're going to try and get done before the end of this episode is I'm going to go pick up the cattle trailer. We're going to head on down to the farm where we got the other wheat from, and we are going to sell those animals, or move those animals, bring them up here to this yard, and we will then get that farm sold, because I think we're going to need a little bit more money to get this farmyard all built up and developed. So that is what we're going to try and get done once we're finished with this. So, see you back over at the farm. And getting these ones here into the shed. There we are. That's all loaded up. Now, I think, once again, we're just going to leave our equipment over at this farm. We're not going to take it back down to the other one. I think it's going to be a better idea to consolidate as much as we can down here. So I think we might just drop that off there beside the barn. Now we're going to head on down to the farm down the bottom, over there, sort of over in that direction we were looking, and go and find the cattle trailer, head on down to get those animals moved. So we picked up the trailer and we're just arriving down here at the farm. Now typically this trailer takes 48 cattle and we've got 50, so we're going to have to do it in a couple of trips. But we'll come around the back here because the trigger for the cattle pen or pasture is around here just in front of this door. So we'll get backed up into it and see about getting some animals loaded up. It doesn't matter whether we do 48 and 2 or 25 and 25, it's going to take 2 trips. So we'll just get backed up in here. Hopefully somewhere around about here is a trigger. We'll see if we can find that and get these animals loaded. Alright, we had to move over just a touch from where we were. So jump in here, we'll pick this up, we'll fill up the trailer because it's just easier to do that. Move those to the trailer. Yes, we do want to move those, and now we should see we've got 48 sitting up there in the trailer. So we'll head on over and get these moved into the other animal pen. So here we are down at the other farm, the new home for these animals, or at least the new temporary home for them. Not sure whether this will be a long term or not. Now, I've been thinking about this field too. I think we might plough this one up and potentially plant some grass in there and make the most of having that for making some hay or something like that in the future. We've obviously got that bit over there which we can extend it into and have a slightly bigger field. We are just going to have to find the trigger. I'll probably move over just a little bit because I imagine it's in the same place as the other barn, just to the edge of the concrete apron. Backed up in here and see if we can find that trigger. Be right about there. There we go. Perfect. Right. Jump into here, we'll select all 48 animals, move it to the husbandry. There we go, we should now see 48 animals sitting out there. Well, we won't see all 48 of them, but there we go, that is all those animals moved. Obviously, like I've said, we still need to work on some food. We haven't fed any of them, and the other thing I do realise we're missing from our equipment list is a water trailer or tanker or something like that where we can pump some water and bring that down to the animals. I'd love to see for 22 a water pump mod like we had from Seasons in Farming Simulator 19. That was just a blessing to be able to put that down next to the water trigger and always have water in your animal pens. Let's go and grab those last 2 animals and then we'll be able to see about getting things sold down there. We've obviously got the John Deere and the feed mixer which we need to move. We'll bring that down to one of the other farms, probably down to this one just for now, and that will be us done. And here we are back down with the last 2 animals. We'll just get them moved into the pasture and we'll be all done. And there we go, truck's empty and 50 animals down here now, which is great. So we can now get that other farmyard sold. Full disclosure, because it's got those placeables on it, which is how the pastures are done, and I think probably the silage pits, I actually need to sell those to be able to sell that bit of farmland, but what I might do is I might use EasyDev to transfer ownership out of my name and just take the value of it. So in fact, before we drive out there, let's go and have a look at the map. So down here you can see plot 157, value of 164,797. So we will just take that value, we won't worry about the value of the placeables. So if we just jump into EasyDev, we'll take care of that. So our bank account is now looking a whole lot healthier, $434,000, and if we just look here on the map, you can see we now are no longer the owners of farmland 157. So that's gone. It's not ours anymore, but it does still have the placeable on there. For those interested in how I've done that, F10 EasyDev, go into farmland here and change NPC on my farm. Obviously, if I wanted it to be mine, I'd tick that, make it NPCs or non-playing characters, change it to whatever number, and it was able to be ticked. So we've transferred that back out of ours. So for role-playing or anything like that, if you're ever interested in doing that without having to sell everything on the piece of land, you can do it that way. So I think with that said and done, that is a perfect spot to wrap up work here again on Chilliwack. So we've managed to get all our straw picked up, we've built our straw barn, moved animals down here to this farm, and we've got our farmland sold, and we've got $430,000 in the account to pay for the next development of the farm. So we'll wait and see. I'm not sure. I think that might have to be our next episode, is building the farmyard, because we do have that corn down at the bottom fields that needs to be harvested and put into some silage. We're going to chop that all up and make that into silage, so we need some silos or some bunkers or something to put that in. We do have that bunker down at the bottom farmyard, but I think we might be better, because of where we're heading, to bring everything up to the main farm. So next time, I imagine we might be building a farm. So stick with us. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. As always, thank you all very much for watching, and I look forward to catching you in the next one. sure you've all been there. You've loaded up Farming Simulator with the best intentions, the plans, exactly what you want to do, and well, nothing goes right. If it can go wrong, it goes wrong. That was what happened in this episode. Nothing went right for me. I think everything just about turned to custard. But we've put it together. Hopefully I've made something enjoyable for you to show that we don't just edit out all the bad bits. We keep them in there and it happens to the best of us. So sit back, relax, have a laugh at my expense if that's what you want to do. And leave a comment down below. What is your worst Farming Simulator experience? Because this is going pretty close to being one of mine. So enjoy and let's get into it. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to the Canadian Cattle Farmer on Chilliwack in British Columbia. Now before we get into the activities for today, I'd just like to wish everyone a very happy new year. We've obviously been away for a couple of weeks, hence the lightness of content lately. Been enjoying some R&R with the family, which is very nice. I'm feeling refreshed and ready to get back into some Farming Simulator and making videos and whatever it is that you guys enjoy. So we are back here today. We are jumping straight into doing some silage. Now I do know in the last video I said we'd probably look at getting into the farm build, but I want to drive some equipment and use some auto drive and course play and things like that. So we're going to skip the farm build. We do have to build a little bit though, because we need to put some stave silos in for the silage. But I do just want to get into playing with some equipment. So with that being said, we are set up here. We've got the forage harvester out with the corn head on top. Or on front, and then we've got the Kubota and the New Holland over here pulling the forage wagons. Now the reason we're using the forage wagons is they have the side dump there, side discharge on them, and that will become clear as to why we need that when we get to using the stave silos, and we have a blower and everything like that. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to use the truck purely because it has a pusher and a live floor, and everything comes out the back rather than out a side, as you can see there on both the trucks. Regardless of which ones, those are the options. So we are stuck, or not so much stuck, we are limited to just using the two forage wagons. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly we can get this done, or how long it is going to take to get the field sorted. Now, we do have some auto drivers set up. Now we're going to head off to field 203. So I'm going to send the forage harvester off there. We will jump over into the two tractors, send them on their way, and we'll have a little bit of chat on the way over there. And then, once we get over there, we'll get things set up and going. Just as we drive along here behind the other equipment, I just wanted to talk about the auto drive course very quickly. This is a work in progress course by AZ Sparky. He shared this on the Auto Drive Creators Discord channel. I'll make sure I leave a link, an invite to their Discord down below, so if you wanted to go and get it, you could grab it there as well. It is a work in progress, covers most of the main roads and a lot of the yards and sell points, but not any fields or anything like that. But it does make it easy, considering there's well over 100 fields on the map. It does make it easy for you to add in what it is that you want to do. Now in terms of what we're going to be doing today, obviously we're harvesting corn and making some silage. We do have Maize Plus installed and the corn is still fresh, so we are going to have fresh corn or fresh silage out of this, and that will require a specific type of silo. Now we do have some Maize Plus compatible stave silos installed. We're going to have to go and pick ourselves up a blower for that. We do have one of those that we can use, and we're going to use that on the John Deere, the 40 series John Deere, which we have back at the yard now. So we have all of that to set up. We also have to set up all the auto drive courses for the actual forage wagons, and also we have course play that we're going to use for the forage harvester. So a bit of a play around with some automation and things like that as well, seeing how well we can get that to work while doing some of the work ourselves at the same time. But we're just coming up on the field now, so we'll let everything get sorted, get pulled in, and then we'll get things set up and going. So we've just jumped here up into the Jaguar as we pull into the yard area. Obviously the main thing with this map that's a very distinguishable feature is that a lot of these areas don't actually have any farm entrances or anything like that, which is, I've commented on it many times, but I do enjoy that. I think it's fantastic to give players the opportunity to create however they want. You could bring the entrance in wherever you like. We might do some landscaping to show that off, but for now we might just leave it there. But let's get pulled up over here I'm going to get things set up here with the forage harvester, get this all unfolded. Now I do recall this is a 9 metre wide header on the front, so lots and lots of width to pick up. It'll be interesting to see how quickly we can fill it up. Now we don't have any silage additive. I'm not going to bother with that at the moment. We might pick some up when we head down to the store. We need to go down and pick up the blower, so we can take the pickup down and grab that, and we could grab some additive at that stage, but for now we're just going to carry on without any. So I think before we set up the auto drive, let's go ahead and firstly let's get things turned on and just make sure we can harvest this maize or corn. Make sure it's going to get cut. There we go. Alright, well that's a good start. We're throwing it straight on the ground, which it isn't, but there we are, that is working. So we'll just leave that there, turn it back off, and we will go ahead and set up the courseplay course for it. So there is our course. It is a 3 headland course, and then we're just going to have up and down rows. That would probably work best rather than lands or anything like that, trying to have to open a field up and run a forage wagon behind the chopper, behind the forage harvester, while it's just trying to open those up. So if we go up and down, we can just be on one side while it is working its way across the field. So that should work pretty well. Would have been nice if these were a little bit more parallel, but it's picked that up just so it can do it all in single passes rather than having a little piece up in the air. If it was up and down, there'd be a little section in there it wouldn't like doing. So I can understand why it is there on an angle. Obviously we could have specified up and down to be north-south, and then it would have done that, but this will work just fine. So now we've got that sorted out, let's go and jump into one of the tractors. We'll sort out the auto drive side of things, and then we'll set things up and going before we get back down to the yard and have to look at building the first of the silos. Now the Kubota's obviously the smaller of these two tractors, which is why I've actually decided to use the New Holland, the T8 here, to create this course, because I want to send this back to the yard first, and therefore we will figure out how close we can get to the silos. Obviously the wheels are wider here, we've got a wider wheelbase to deal with, so if this can get close enough, then no doubt the Kubota will be able to. What we're just going to do first though is record a little course that heads off here over towards the start of the field. We'll label this over here as field 203 wait, so just park about there, F203 wait, and this will be where the tractors come to before they head off into the field. So bring this back around here and join up on the exit, and that should be able to head on back down to the yard. You can see the course there heading on back out to the road. Close that off. Have to have the auto drive menu up, close that off there, and we'll stop recording. So that should be our course for this end of the field. The other end we'll have to do once we've got the silo built and everything like that. But if we just pull up here beside, we will jump into the forage harvester. We will get courseplay up and going, and then we'll be able to see about getting this filled and head on down to the yard. Alright, here we are off and going, just trying to drive along as close as we can behind the pickup and not crash into the fences or anything like that. A little bit confined with space. In fact, it felt like we were going to get squeezed out there being in this slightly bigger tractor, but the Jaguar is doing a fantastic job of really spitting that forage out, that fresh maize, and getting it into the forage wagon here. So we're just going to head on around. We're already 40% full, so I don't know if we're going to get very far around the field at this rate, but for now we'll just jump into a short little time lapse, get through to the end, and then we will head on down to the yard. Alright, look at that, we're not even halfway around and we're already 100% full, 36,500 litres or just under. Now, before we head off, I'm just going to hop over here into the forage harvester, and we need to specify in auto drive the F203 wait so that it knows any of the incoming vehicles will be picked up there. Now that is a funny sound. I'm not sure quite what's going on there, but that must be something with course players that are sitting in idle. Hopefully we're not going to hear that the whole way around, but let's head on back over. We will go and set the Kubota up on that course. Even though we don't have an unload at the other end, we can tell it to go to the main yard entrance, the farmyard entrance, and once we have the course set up with the silo and everything like that, which we're going to go and do with this tractor, hopefully this one will be full and back there anyhow. So we'll just jump over into there and set everything up and see if it will head off to the forage harvester. Well, there we are. So it's heading off this way. Going to not even go around the edge of the field. It's going to go this way down to connect up with the forage wagon, which is, or the forage harvester, which is fantastic. Much more efficient and faster than if it had gone the whole way around the edge of the field. So we'll leave this one running, and we'll get the other tractor back down to the yard and get our silo all up and ready to put some silage into. So back over here at the yard, and as all good yard builds progress, some things need to change and adapt from what initial plans might have been, much like building and everything like that. One thing to think about is this unloads here on the left, so our silo will need to have a trigger on the right hand side of it effectively, or the position of it we need to think about when we're driving in. Now I will go and have a look at the silos we've got, but for example this silo which is here, which is just a decorative one, basically this is the in tube which gets blown up into the top with the blower. And then on the ones we have access to actually have an outlet here on the back. So we can't actually position them where I was going to. Should we just come around here? I was going to position the silos in a similar position to that one, backing onto the barn. But we can't actually do that because the outlet is on the opposite side to the inlet. So we are going to have to actually have almost a drive around the silo. And where I'm thinking about having it is just here, in a line effectively, so we can drive between the barn, and that will have to be for the pickup, and we'll have the unload on this side. So we'll see how that works. We'll get everything built. We'll need to take the pickup down and pick up the blower and grab that silage additive, and then we'll see how everything is going. So before we do that, let's go and put our silo down. So just here under silos, I was hoping to be able to use these American fermenting silos. I have the one with the Canadian flag on it. They have the built-in blower, but unfortunately, as you can see in the bottom right corner here, they only take chaff, grass and hay to make our silo. So that won't work with Maize Plus. But what we do have, if we scroll across here past all our silage bunkers, is we have this fermenting silo pack, which you can see we have 3 here, which are all Maize Plus compatible. One there which has the blower on the right and has a built-in outlet. The second one here, which is a bit bigger, same deal, and then the third one here, which I haven't figured out. I think the outlet just comes out on the chute there, where you don't actually need anything to put it in, but we're going to go for this one here, the $75,000 80-foot one, which I think is going to give us the best capacity. And as I was basically saying, the idea is to put it somewhere like about here. It's not going to get in the way of our drive around, and in fact it'll be on the other side from our main silos. So I think if we go and put that, let's see, I might just twist it, no, we should be just about right there. Hopefully just leave enough space. You can see the wheel tracks there as we've been driving tractors around before when we were setting things up. If we leave that right about there, let's put that down, there we are. And that will leave us enough space to be able to drive around on this side. Yeah, more than enough space to get through there with a forage wagon or a mixing wagon or something like that. And then on this side here is where we're going to put our blower. So we'll go and grab the pickup, we'll head on down to the shop and go and grab that blower, and we'll be back here soon. So just pulled in here to the shop, we'll just park up and we'll jump out and go and take a look at the blower and get the silage additive organised. So here is the blower, the New Holland F62B, and just jump in there, there's no configuration or anything like that. It is simply a silage blower. We'll unload it into this side, the auger takes it. Big fan blows it and it'll come out the chute here and get pushed up into the top of the silo. So we'll buy that one. There we are, $13,200. And then if we get the silage additive, we'll just go across here. Now the default one is there, the Bond silage additive. Only 60 litres and it's $3,000. But we've got this wonderful little mod that is in here. Silage additive drum, 50 litres, and it's $500. So we'll go ahead and buy one of those, and it will conveniently fit in the back of the pickup. So with those both sorted out, let's go and get them loaded up and head on back down to the yard. Well, just about to pull back in, and looks like the Kubota is back here now. So we've got both our tractors here waiting, and looks like our auto drive course might have a little bit of an issue with the farm sign, so we might just have to make a little bit of a tweak there. Looks like we're getting caught up, but let's just pull this on over this way. Now we're going to need to grab the John Deere because it does need to sit behind a tractor. And actually, well, before we do that, I'm actually just going to do a little bit of landscaping and painting just to make this look a little bit more presentable and like it is a yard. So in fact, why don't we just connect this here, hook it onto the John Deere, and then we'll sort that out. Alright, so we've just got the paint tool out here. If we just run this pretty much straight along here, do a little bit around the silo as well, just to tidy it all up. A bit of grass inside the building we can get rid of. Bring this over here because we're going to want this to be our drive-through area. In fact, this can come back down this way, go underneath the tractor. There we are. And then we'll pick up, as we come around this way, pick up the rest of the course, because obviously at some stage we'll be driving along here to go down to the straw barn and things like that. And now if I just think about where we are heading next, this is going to be our, well, we could just run our course around the course there, but let's move it across a little bit. Hopefully we'll leave enough space here for our silos, but the idea is that our silos will be in here on the right, in this little island in here. And we can adjust this again later, but for now that should work pretty well for being able to run all our tractors around the outside there. And when we do get some grain silos built, they will sit in here on this little area here, and then the resupply silos are going to be down this side, so things like seed and fertilizer and the like, where we can come in and buy those. So I think that, in fact, if we just get rid of that, in fact we'll just walk around. Hopefully we've got enough space. We might have to paint a little bit more there, but there we go. There is our silo. Got a nice little bit of course around there, and run that down that way. So let's go and get this hooked up. We'll bring the blower over, and then we'll try and create a little bit of a course for everything else to be able to get there and unload. Alright, I think if we park the blower right about there, we should be able to now go and hop into the tractor and see if we can come down and find the trigger there for the unload point. And then we'll be able to see if we can get this auto drive to work or not. We'll just jump into here. We'll unlock auto drive, or open up auto drive, so you can see we've got our yard entry course, which we just want to expand on for getting to the unload. But before we do that, I'm just going to drive along here and make sure we do get a trigger, that we can get close enough with this tractor. That could be a little bit of a problem. If we can't get close enough with this tractor, and we're going to run into a little bit of strife. There we go, we've clipped the blower. There we go, we were just close enough there very briefly for the trigger to be able to unload, but I'm not sure if this is going to work or not with this tractor. This could be a little bit of a problem, because I don't think we can swap tractors out with anything else we have on the farm. Let's just tidy this up and have another go. Alright, second time around, let's see if we can get close enough to get it to unload. No, still no trigger, and I really don't think I can go much closer to that. I'm going to have to do a little bit of thinking here at the moment, because I do know the John Deere will run this, but can we hook the blower up here to the T8? It seems a little bit excessive, but we're kind of stuck for options right at this minute. Otherwise we might have to look at picking up a smaller, older yard tractor or something like that. One more go. Just got the trigger there for a second, so we can unload that there, and that should start. You can just see it going up the pipe there on to the into the silo. So we can get it to work if we start recording our auto drive course from here. We'll give it another go and see if we can get around or not. Alright, moment of truth. We've finished the course. I'm a little bit worried that auto drive, as I thought, might detect the collision there on the blower. We've got the collision detection turned off as well, so I'm not quite sure what more we can do to get this to work. Alright, so we've hopped into the Kubota, we've set this up to head to the stave silo fill point, which is what we'd set up, and let's just see if we're going to get the same issue with the collision here, or whether it is going to manage to get past. So far so good actually, this looks like it might actually be able to sneak past here. Next question. It missed the trigger. Well, that's no good either. I wonder if it missed the trigger because it was not close enough, or did it miss the trigger? I can obviously manually get it there. I think the issue might be that the trigger is so small. If we just go back, see we're out of the trigger, in the trigger, out of the trigger. Courseplay or auto drive can't react quick enough to tell it to open the trigger, or tell it to stop and unload. But you can see there we don't actually have much distance between the two. A little bit more with this tractor than with the other one, but still not ideal. So I'm just trying to figure out in my head what we can do. It's also incredibly slow to unload. It's only 10% out. What I think we might have to do with this, we'll carry on doing this way. We've obviously paid for the silo. We've spent probably $70,000 or $80,000, maybe even more, $90,000 by the time you count the blower on this setup. So I think we need to persevere with it. But what I might do is I might still use the yard entry as the trigger point for the unload, and then we might just have to come back and manually set them into the trigger each time, which obviously goes against what we're trying to do with auto drive, unfortunately, but looks like it could be the best way to solve this situation. I do know there is a couple of other blowers which were released recently on Facebook across the Christmas break, so I might even have a look and a play around and see if those work a little bit better with triggers. They may be a bit more generous in their trigger than some of the others, but there we are. We are getting unloaded, very, very slowly though. That's going to be our biggest bane if we're not even once around the field. And in fact, you can see how much of the field we've harvested to get 2 trailer loads. This is going to take a while, so I think we might be just gritting our teeth and bearing it for now. We could always look at putting this into a normal silo and compacting it, and then we could use the trucks, but I think with all the other feed requirements we're going to need for Maize Plus, I think we need to just focus on having this silo having one feed type, and we'll be able to use the other silos for another feed type. Alright, there we are, finally empty. So we'll send that back on its way to field 203. It can head back down and hopefully get the forage harvester back underway. We'll jump out and get this other forage wagon unloaded, and I think we'll just try and get into a little bit of a routine and just get as much of this done as we can. Now I have just tweaked one setting. I changed the trigger distance to 50 meters rather than 25. But we're still going to have an issue here with the collision on this tractor, unfortunately, which is not going to solve or be solved by a trigger distance. Now I do know, there you go, we can drive past it, but are we going to get the trigger here on the wagon? Only just, and that's an even smaller window than the other one. So anyhow, let's get this one unloaded, and then we'll send them on their way, and it is just going to have to become a bit of a manual process, I think, the unloading, and hopefully the work at the other end in the field, which we will go and get some capture and see some of, will just be running as smoothly as it can, and this is our only little bit of hard work that we need to do. Now I was just looking while we were waiting for that trailer to unload, and we do have a couple of options here we could look at buying. We could pick up one of the Ellis Chalmers here for 25, 26, could even go for the 7000 series for 17. The only thing I don't like about this is the tinted windows, and there's no option to get rid of those. But if we went for, say, the 8000 series 2-wheel drive or something like that, we could give one of those a whirl and use that as a bit of a yard tractor. Otherwise we do have the International, of course, here, the 86 series. We could get another 40 series as well, only $55,000. So there's a few different options there. It's all money we don't have, of course, because we do need to build some silos and sheds and many other things here for the field or for the farm, but it is all different options. But there we are, that one's unloaded. Now before we head on back down, we'll go over and have a look here, because I think we need to activate this as a production point. So we'll just come around here. I think there's a trigger in about here. There we are. You can see we've got our option here. We've got 72,000 litres of fresh maize. Fresh maize or made corn silage. You see there we've got different options we could do in here as well. High moisture corn, earlage, whole crop, brewer's grain. We've got the haylage from grass and semi-dry grass, I think that symbol is. We're doing the corn silage. So we get in here and activate that. And that's going to be 1 for 1 or a 100 for 100, and we should see any moment some maize silage pop up in there. There we go, 1 litre. So we're going to let that carry on and ferment. We've got 72,000 litres in there already. Not sure how much that's going to take. Is it going to take about 300,000 litres? We're going to fill it up very quickly, actually, just thinking about how much there is in that field. So hopefully that will chew through and actually convert some of that reasonably fast. Otherwise we're going to be stuck with no storage and no space. But anyhow, the tractors are all on their way. Let's head on back down to the field. I was just thinking, considering how much we're yielding, I'm not going to worry about the additive, because that's just going to further exacerbate our problems. I know we're leaving yield in the field effectively, but I think, considering what we're going to have to deal with, I think that might be the better option this time around. So let's get on back down there. So we've done another couple of loads out of the field. We've opened the headland up now, so hopefully we're not going to have any more issues going around the outside of the field. We did have a few issues, or do have a few issues with the New Holland and the front axles on the forage wagons, which we'll go and have a look at in just a moment. They're unloading at the moment, but we just wanted to make sure the Kubota could get down here and go and find the forage harvester okay. I'm just hoping now that we've got everything all opened up that we're not going to have any more issues. This one heading back to the farm tried to go across the train tracks. There is one setting I need to change, which is restricting the unloader to the fields, which we'll set up in just a minute, but we'll just let them get caught up here and underway, and then we'll go back and check on the New Holland, make sure it's all unloaded into the silo properly, and we'll see if we can get the front axles that we're having issues with a little bit more aligned than they are at the moment. But there we are, that worked out alright. So just jump in here to the settings. I want to change these both to yes, which is the Pathfinder, which I think is the combine in this instance, and the unloader is the trailer, but I'm not exactly sure or 100% sure or confident those are the correct settings, but there we are. That is what we're going to go with for this time. Well, this all seems to be going alright at this end, so we'll jump back over and go and have a look at the other tractor. Alright, well there you go, they are empty as well, which is good, and we're just going to pull out of the way. You can see there very clearly there is something wrong with those axles. I don't know what it is, I don't know what's caused it or anything like that. I've seen photos and images of people having issues like this with gravity wagons and forage wagons and all sorts, but it's not one I have ever encountered before. So what I'm going to try and do to fix it in the first instance, I'm just going to try and use Easy Dev and just teleport the tractor and the forage wagon to a new point, because sometimes that will refresh the model and everything like that. So we're just down here, we're just in the yard, so we might as well just try from there to there and we'll see what happens. No, that hasn't done anything with it, so we're now going to detach and we're going to try and reset it. So we're just going to set ourselves up a store deliveries point here. We'll put that down there and we'll come into the map, zoom in and hopefully find that trailer, although everything is in the way now so we're not going to be able to see it. Let's just come in here and see if we can turn off some of these points. Trailers were turned off, there we are. However, I'm not able to pick it, probably because we're standing too close. There we are, we've managed to find it now, moved away. So let's reset that and we'll go and see what happened. There we are, look at that. Just like sending it to a mechanic's. So the reset of the tool has reset it effectively back to, or reset the model, which will hopefully fix that issue. Fingers crossed we don't have it again. But anyhow, we'll turn this back on to auto drive, send it off to the field, and we'll go and see, probably the Kubota I imagine is full, and hopefully on its way back. So, I think, let's just ride along here with the New Holland on a little bit of a time lapse for a minute or two, or at least for one round, get it to the field, get it unloaded, and then we'll see how everything goes on the other end. Again, I'm a little bit confused here as to why we are trying to exit through the train tracks. Doesn't seem right. I'm a little bit puzzled. There must be something going on here that I can't comprehend or can't get my head around, because both tractors have done it now. Seem to get to a point there and they think this is the smartest way to get out of the field. Anyhow, no harm done. What it does mean though, depending on what's going to happen now, is that we're going to have to go and unload the other tractor because the Kubota will be waiting. And this guy is now probably going to do a U-turn. He's going to go and try and drive through the field, try and get back to where he needs to be onto the course. No wonder he broke an axle. Anyhow, we'll let them carry on doing their thing and we'll go and do ours. Well, as if to exacerbate the issue, Things just are not going well for us today. We've got the same issue here with this tractor, with the axles. However, this one doesn't have the horsepower to be able to pull it like the New Holland does, so it's really struggled to even get here. So don't know what's caused it, don't know why it's done it, but it has. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to use some easy dev to again reset it, and then we will have to refill it again. It also drove off with only 35,000 litres in, not a complete full, 100% full. It's only 96% full. So again, don't know what caused that, just something that's happened. Alright, well we've reset it, we've topped it up using easy dev again, so we're back to pretty much where we were. Maybe 400 litres better off than we were, but there we are. We'll get this one unloading. You just see the New Holland has just departed and is heading back down to the field, or is on its way back there, so hopefully it will get back without any more dramas. Now I was just looking here at our silo. You can see we've already got, well, by the time this one's full in there, we're going to have about 210,000 litres, and it's not converting it into silage very quickly at all. It only does 360 cycles a month, so I think we might have to go and give that a little bit of a tweak in the XML in the mod. Bump that up just a little bit, because I don't think that we're going to get much maize in there into the silo, considering what we've pumped in there. And you look at the size of the silo, zoom a long way back to find it, you'd think it'd take a little bit more than what it actually goes. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe this is how much these actually take and how quickly it takes them to ferment or anything like that, but it is what it is. We will just have to make do with it. But we've not even done 2 headland passes yet, so we're not going to have much done, and it does mean maybe we need to let it mature, and we'll chop the rest of it once it is just normal corn, and we can make it into just some normal maize. I need to do a little bit more study into our different maize plus feed mixes and what we might need for our different animals. Let's let this one carry on emptying. Once it's done, we'll send it back to the field and go back over there. Well, everything's running back over here as it should be, which is good. I was a bit nervous I might come back and find something parked somewhere, or a train that's caught a tractor, or who knows what could have happened. So I think while it's all going smoothly, let's jump into a little bit of a montage and put that together, and we'll wait until we've got both forage wagons full, and we'll run over and get them emptied out, and we'll just get a bit of this done. I think we're going to fill our silo before we get everything emptied out though, so that might be our limiting factor for today's work. Well, we've started on our up and down rows here, and things haven't, well, they have got better, but they also haven't got better. I've figured out, I think what happens with the axles is we're going to get crashed into here by the auto drive tractor. What happens is when they start backing up, because of the way the pivots and everything are on these trailers, all the drawbars are, they want to back up when the forage harvester turns around at the end, and it doesn't like doing it. It just doesn't like it, does it? It makes a mess. And I think that is what is causing all our issues. When they back up, it twists the wheels and they get all turned out of order. So I think we've had it about 3 times now, and you can see this one here is not looking much better either. I think we're going to have the same issue in just a moment, which is why we're struggling to pull this wagon. But we're going to persevere. We're going to get it full. Our silo is pretty much full, so we can't actually fit any more in that anyhow. Alright, looks like the auto drive's going to take over there with the New Holland, so we might as well, we'll go and get this one emptied out, because I don't think we're going to get this whole load into the silo anyhow. So we'll leave them to carry on, and we'll go and get it dumped. Alright, well we made it all the way back over here. We're going to get this all unloaded. I'm not sure how much space there is left in the silo, not a lot I don't think, but we'll just pop around here. We should be able to pop over and have a look. There you go, 365,000. I don't know how much more we're going to fit in there, whether we're going to fit all of this wagon in or not. We've made almost 1,000 litres, which is a positive I suppose. But let's just see how much of this goes in there, and whether this will be our last load. I think it probably will be. Alright, well it looks like that is all it's going to take for now. It must be pretty much full. Let's go and have a quick look around here again. See what's in there. We are 375,000 litres now. There is about 2,000 litres that can sit in the blower, so that'll just keep on going as it gets used up. But there we are, 375,000 litres of fresh corn in there to be converted into some silage. Now we'll leave the other tractor to carry on and run for a little bit longer. We'll get that over here. Let's just actually have a look in the map and see how much of that field we got harvested. And there you go, we've certainly got through it further than I thought we would. There's still quite a bit in there, but the 3 headland passes did take out a decent chunk. But there's probably still another couple of 100,000 litres in there, I would imagine. So we're not going to get it obviously all in here today. And we'll have to decide whether we leave it to try and fill this up again in the future, or whether we try and chop it when it's dried off a little bit further and make some different sort of silage off it. I'll have a look in Maize Plus and we'll make a bit of a decision then. Let's just jump over to the field and go and see how those guys are going. Alright, there we go. We are 100% full and we've got another broken axle. Who would have thought? I really think this might be the last time that we use these forage boxes. We may have to look for another solution. So if you've got anything you've used, any suggestions or options out there that we should try, hit me up. I'd be eager to find out and try something different that might not have quite the issues that these ones have had. They're a nice looking mod and they work well every way except for those front wheels, which is just a little bit frustrating. But we'll let this tractor head on back over to the yard. We'll go and shut off the harvester and we'll probably wrap things up here. Alright, well there's the tractor coming in to the yard. So like I said, this is going to be a good spot to wrap this episode up. It's just been one of those days really. Everything that could go wrong just about has, and what could go right, well, there's only been a few little bright spots in amongst everything else. The silos worked out perfectly, the blower and everything actually went really well. I was a little bit nervous about using that, and obviously the course play with the forage harvester went really well. And even the auto drive course worked reasonably well. It was just a little bit frustrating we couldn't get that trigger to work there with the blower, but that's alright. That might be something we can have a play around and see if we can come up with a different solution to get it to work in the future. Next time, what I think we might be doing is either a little bit more of the farm build, maybe get some sheds put up around the other side so we can get some of this equipment put away and tidied up, or possibly taking out the versatile and a plough and heading on over. I want to get some grass planted because we do need to think about what we're going to do for some grass silage, grass hay, those kind of things in the future. So it could be a couple of things to do around that. But for now, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed that episode and I will catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to the Canadian cattle farmer here on Chilliwack, British Columbia. Now hopefully I've pronounced that correctly. I've had some advice shorten my I was saying it more like Chilliwack rather than Chilliwack. So hopefully that might appease a few people. Now we've got a couple of things to do today. If you caught the live stream, you would have seen that we got the alfalfa planted over in the other field. So we've got that all set up for hay. I'll just show you where that is now. Swap over here where the wheat was, where all our other silage equipment is. Field 170, we ploughed in this area, so we've increased the field size, and that is now all alfalfa. So that will be a good source for some hay, as well once we get our yard converted and make this part here a grass field, as will that area once it's done. But that is all finished. Now the main two tasks I want to get onto today is to finish off the silage, and we've had a few breakthroughs, and thank you all so much for your advice and comments and for your support following the last episode. Now what I've done, and if you caught the live stream you would know this as well, is I've actually replaced the blower. Now this blower has a slightly bigger trigger, which means auto drive will work with it, which is a great find, and thank you for BSL Modding, I believe it is, who have released that. I'll leave a link down in the description. But also the other suggestion that came out of the live stream in a couple of video comments was to add the upgradable productions mod, which I can't remember exactly what it's called. It might even be just called upgrade productions. But you can see we're on our corn silage. We have this upgrade option. It does cost us $82,500, so it's not cheap. But we're going to go for that, and you can see it's doubled our capacity. So that should leave us with enough space to be able to finish off the silage. So I'm just going to get that turned on, and you can see there it's gone and emptied out the blower, which is fantastic. And we'll go and show you how this bigger trigger will actually work with auto drive. Now some of you would have seen this during the live stream. We jump up here into the New Holland, which of course was the tractor we were having the biggest issues with collisions as well as the trigger. We've got our targets all set up correctly, so we're just going to jump straight into there. Watch it pull up here. Now hopefully no issues with collisions. My mistake, we needed to send it to the stave silo, not to the weight point. A little bit of a rookie error there, so we'll just come back around and we'll show you. But you saw, it did get past it without any issues. So you will see that it's going to line up and go along there just perfectly. Get back turned around here, press the go button again, tell it to head to the stave silo. And again, someone else corrected me on this. These are harvest stores, not a stave silo. So I've got a little bit wrong there on the terminology. So apologies there to my North American friends for getting that wrong. But here we go. You can see it's gone slow because we're getting close to the trigger. So we'll just wait in just a minute. Get on past without any collision on the blower. And as we get up here beside it, success! It is doing what it's meant to do. So I'm blown away that I've managed to get that to work. Very excited to get that all up and going. So I'm going to jump out of there because that will just empty itself out. Head on up into the silo because it's got enough capacity, and we'll get the Kubota set up and going as well. Then we'll jump over to the field and get the chopper up, the forage harvester up and going again, and then we'll be all good to get that bit finished off, hopefully without any issues with axles. We'll just have to wait and see, and in fact maybe we'll drive one of the tractors to try and avoid that. Maybe this one, because it was the one that struggled the most with horsepower and trying to pull the broken axles. So we're going to get this finished off, and then the next task that I really want to get into is actually doing the farm build and getting the yard down that end all tidied up, and possibly building the silos, because next episode I'm hoping we're going to be into harvesting some soybeans, because nothing else to do on the farm. All the crops are sorted out. We might be getting close where we don't have any hay yet, but we will hopefully be able to get some feed mixed for our animals, maybe even try and buy a load of hay or something like that just to be able to get that done. But that might be something we can do as well. But certainly the next biggest task, if we zoom out here, you can see these two soybean fields in front of us and the three over the road, plus one more that's down over near the cattle farm over down that way. That is going to keep us well and truly very busy once that is ready. So I do need to get the silo built and placed. So we'll go and get the silage all finished off, and then we will come over here and get the farmyard largely built. We are going to have to borrow some money. We've only got 190 grand, and I know the silos that we're going to use, the GSI complex I'm planning on using is 220 on its own, so we are going to have to take out some sort of loan. It's just how far we go with that. But I'm hoping with all the soybeans here in the fields that will be covered off pretty well. So anyhow, that's enough rambling. Let's get these tractors back over to the field and get the forage harvester up and going. So back over here at the field, you can see the New Holland is underway there with the forage harvester. Of course, there is our little reversing, which I think is the issue we were having with the wheels. But we are driving the Kubota here. We're going to let them carry on and do their thing, and hopefully carry on moving. So we're just going to jump into a little bit of a time lapse, get as much of this done, or try and get this all finished without any more issues. If we can do that, it would be a miracle, and I'll be a very, very happy man. So we'll hopefully next time we talk we'll be all finished and moving on to the yard build. Well, we were going to jump straight into a time lapse, but you'll see this one's actually broken already. That didn't take very long at all. So we're just going to, well, we're going to let them go. It's going to cause all sorts of problems because when they get to the blower, they're probably going to knock into it, but we'll see. We'll wait and see. We'll jump back in the tractor here. We'll start our time lapse up proper now because we know we're not going to have any issues turning around. And we'll wait and see if they can make their way back here. Otherwise, we're just going to have to reset it and do it manually ourselves. In fact, we might even consider just getting rid of that tractor and just running the one ourselves back and forth. So anyhow, let's start the time lapse up and we'll see you in just a little while.
Politics and politicians.
Well, here we are, finally finishing the field off. This is gone not too bad actually. Once I figured out, after our early mishap with the wheels, once I figured out that if I drove the tractors in the field, we wouldn't run into any issues. Everything would just run and work without any drama, and it pretty much has. The only issue I have had is with the automatic engine stop on the John Deere, meaning things won't unload, which is a little bit frustrating. I'm also horribly confused as to why that Kubota has come all the way back over here with a full wagon. It should be back over emptying out, but it has done a loop. It's gone straight past the unloader and not worried about putting it in the blower, but we'll race it back over there. We will go and get this one unloaded and bring it over, and then we can actually make some progress on building the farm. Now this field is going to need to be ploughed, it's going to need to be limed, and I'm going to have to think about what we're going to actually do with it. I haven't thought about what crop we might put into this one, or even if we will keep hold of this bit of land. Obviously got the animals to worry about, not the deer, we're not too worried about them, but we've obviously got the animals there in the pasture to worry about. So we could look to put a crop in there, maybe a cash crop of some description, maybe some more wheat or barley or something like that. We could use some more straw, so maybe that's an option. Probably not a bad one at that. But for now, let's get on back down here and get this unloaded, and we'll bring that Kubota back as well. Alright, there we are. We'll leave that unloading and we'll go and find the Kubota. Now let's just actually have a look. There's was about 20,000 litres in that one, 26,000 and the 30,000 litres in the Kubota. Look at the capacity. We are going to be pretty tight on actually getting it all in there. What do we get on? 717. I don't know if we're going to get it in there. It will be tight, but certainly has paid for itself in upgrading that. Just even having that storage and having that capacity to store all that means we're going to have a good amount of silage once we start getting into the feed mixing and getting animals fed. So anyhow, let's go find that other tractor. I figured it out. Because I drove off and didn't put the last little piece in there, it was only 99% full. When I turned it on to auto drive to go and unload, it would have tried to come to the field rather than going to the silo to unload, which is a little bit frustrating. And that's because I've got the unload at 100% setting in auto drive. If it was set at 95 or 99, it wouldn't have done that. But anyhow, at least that explains why I wasn't going crazy and auto drive wasn't completely losing the plot. We're just going to sneak out in front of this car because they seem to slow down pretty well around here. So that explains that. Anyhow, there we are. We'll get this one unloaded and we'll move on. So just to demonstrate, I think if we click that, see it's gone to F203 weight rather than to the silo. So we'll just press the button so it goes to the silo to unload. And we should be able to turn that onto 1, and it will just stop once it gets to the end of that rather than carrying on and going around a whole lot more. Let's go forward. Looks like this one has emptied itself out. Well, I hope it has, otherwise, it has indeed. I was going to say, otherwise we are going to be completely out of capacity. So, I'm going to park these up over here out of the way so we can get on with the farm build. So I've just come to have a look. Before that happens, I reckon we're going to max out at 750,000, which means we're going to be left with a little bit of silage in that wagon, but that's fine. We can leave that there and empty it out once there's a little bit of more processed in the capacity in the silo, because it shouldn't take too long to knock out 20,000 litres or something. Even if it has to sit in there overnight, it shouldn't be too bad, but we might just sit here and watch and see what happens when it gets to 750. Yeah, and there we go, it is the max level. So that's not bad though. We've got almost 800,000 litres off that field, and in fact I think if we went back and took out those few bits of corners and things like that, which we didn't do a very good job on getting in the first place, we probably would end up at 800,000 litres. So moving on, we're just going to leave those there, and let's go and have a quick look over here in the yard, because we probably need to move some of this equipment out. In fact, I'm going to do that. Let's go and clear this equipment, move it over to the other side, and then we'll come through and take a look at building some sheds and things like that. So here we are with our relatively blank canvas for building. Now I'm going to just go in and give myself a bit of a loan. I'm going to put in about $700,000, see how much of that we might spend in getting everything set up. I'm not sure how far exactly it is going to go, but any we have left over at the end we might just repay down on the loan. But I'm hoping, like I said earlier, the soybeans that we have around about should go a long way towards paying a good percentage of that off, and obviously the cattle, and once we get productive with those, should help as well. Alright, there we are, $886,000 to go ahead and spend. Now we're going to start off with the two sheds over here. Now we're going to use the Trailer Park Farms 72 by 150 barn complex. Now I've been trying to think what colour we might go with actually here, and I was looking, that colour's kind of similar to the barn. Otherwise, we've got the blue here, which is just a little bit lighter. Maybe we'll go with the lighter blue, I think. Now, the downside to this shed, and it really is the length. If we go that way around, it does reduce our yard quite a bit. So we're going to do it around this way and have it as a bit of a drive-through yard. So I'm just going to turn on the toggle snapping there, so we make sure we get it nice and square. And I think, now I have saved the game, so if we do have any dramas I can go and redo this, but I think we're going to put that right down about there. Alright, so there's our first shed placed. That will give us access around from both ends. And secondly is the workshop. Now this is one of the big expenses. There we go, so we've got the matching colour there. You can see, it looks about the same, or is it that one there? No, it definitely is that colour there that's the closest of the two. Now the workshop, again, one of the limitations is the fact that the large door is in the end here. So we're going to put this in about here, so we've got access to the side door. I could turn it around that way, but again, it's going to stick out a long way into the yard, and unfortunately we can't demolish the small carport garage there in the middle without demolishing everything else on the farm, which would have been nice, but we're just going to have to do with that. So we're just going to have a look here. Looks like we're going to have some ground leveling issues, so I might just go through and level that off first. And that looks a lot better. We're seeing more of the slab here on the end. So if we park far enough away, and in fact we don't need a big gap to the end of the big shed, we can get in around there. So I reckon if we put that right about there, should be pretty good. Alright, that gives a little bit of a space up in there. We've obviously got this as a big drive through. Now we are going to leave space for another one of these sheds just in case, which is about there. And then beside that, I was looking at doing a drive-through silo or silage bunker, and we've got a few different options that I have downloaded down there. And I think, if I recall correctly, I was looking at this one here because it's about the same footprint. Go over top of the shed. It's about the same footprint as the shed, so we could put one of those in there. Could even do 2 or 3. In fact, if we started from this end, left us enough space between the shed to drive around, we could put one of those there. Now we do have a slightly bigger option, I think, with that one. 88 by 39. No, they're both the same size. I just think it might be the detail and how they're done on the edges that differs. Yeah, it's another 8 by 39. Also 8 by 39, so we might actually go for the higher sided ones because I'm assuming it probably gives us a little bit more capacity, not that it actually tells us anywhere there on the screen. So I think we just come around and try and line it up there towards the back edge. That should be pretty good right about there. And just making sure, just looking to make sure we still had enough money. And we'll put a second one in reasonably close to it, about there. We'll landscape that a little bit out, and that still leaves us space through here for another one of these sheds if we so desire. And then the last, and I'm not going to bother putting this down now, but just the next part is going to be the manure pit, and we're going to have to figure out what size we put down, but just as a bit of an idea, they're going to fill up about this section in here, and we'd have this around, probably something like that. But we might look as well, possibly doing 2 smaller ones and doing one at each end, because I need to just figure out how big the manure transfer trigger is to take it from the animal pens to the area they are on. So that is pretty much everything. If I just look back at our shed plan or our site plan, is everything that we're going to do there. So we'll just move back over this side and get our big silo put in. And like I said earlier, we are going to use the GSI complex. I've ummed and ahed about whether I use standalone bins. I did wonder about using these smaller Westia ones, 500,000 litres each. We could probably get 6 of those in there, which would be $240,000 and would give us 3 million litres storage. But with the AGI pack, we get 5.5 million litres of storage for the same price, and we don't have to worry about using the augers or anything like that. So we're just going to spin this around. Now just need to leave ourselves enough space for the resupply on the back, and that's quite nice there because it has the drive-through pit, or the unload pit is slightly off the main drive, so we're not going to be driving over it all the time. It's only going to be used when we're unloading. So I think we position that about there. That's pretty nicely lined up with the resupply bins there and with the stave silo, so I'm pretty happy with that. Now in terms of resupply, the only other thing I think we're going to need, both our planters use dry fertilizer, so the only other thing we might want to get is a herbicide tank, which I don't believe Let's just have a quick look if we've got one in here. Ah, there we go, we do. We've got this one which can be used for liquid fertilizer and herbicide. I think this one here is only liquid fertilizer, which is the base game one. Otherwise, so we might as well put that in, get everything done here while we're doing it. But just before we place it, I am going to turn on the triggers so I can make sure I put the load trigger on the right side. And there you go, you can see our fill trigger there on the front. So I think if we just bring this one down towards the end, that'll be perfect. Now, if we do ever want to increase our storage as well, there is space here to put some freestanding silos if we want to. I'm also contemplating and going to do a little bit more research into any of the other Maize Plus or the Aduca mods there, so we can buy loading stations. There's the brewer's grain, which we can buy, beet pulp, which we can buy direct, and then there's obviously the 2 storage silos as well. So potentially could look at putting one of these down to be able to buy what we need to buy to improve our feed mixture. So that is pretty much, again, just going to double check, apart from all the cattle yards, which we're going to have to build at some stage. And again, I don't know how much those are going to cost, but we've pretty much chewed through the whole loan, because we started off about 168 and we're back to 171. So last thing to do is a little bit of a landscaping. So I'll just very quickly race around, and carefully of course, doing some painting and just tidying up the yard in general. Well, I think that is just about going to do it for the build. So we've got everything placed that we wanted to do. We've obviously decorated, painted, got some gravel down all around, and tidied everything up. We've got some fences in there just to make the entrance look a little bit more ranch-like, cattle farm-like. Obviously had a little bit of a clash with the auger wagon when it was parked there. It wouldn't let us place this one, but I might come back in. I don't know whether my OCD is going to handle having that like that. I might square that off yet and to just change how the park here for the houses. But for now, in fact, don't know how we're going to get the baler out of there. That's going to be a little bit difficult to go in and turn around. But there we are. That is our farm build all done. As for our loan, I don't know if we can really afford to pay any more of it off at the moment. We might just have to sit on this money and keep it for now and worry about paying some debt back a little bit later. But other than that, I'm quite happy with how that turned out. It's quite a good change from what it was. So seems like a perfect place and a natural place to wrap things up for this episode. Next time we'll either have advanced time and be into some soybeans. We've got a couple of fields that are going to be ready before the others all going to plan, and otherwise we could be down ploughing and liming the field, or we could be doing them both concurrently. And in fact, a big soybean harvest could be the perfect remedy for a live stream on the weekend. So keep an eye out for where we head to next here on the Canadian Cattle Farmer. But from me for now, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed that episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to the Canadian Cattle Farmer on Chilliwack, British Columbia. Now, if you caught the live stream on the weekend, you would have seen we got 2 of our soybean fields harvested, which was a fantastic start. Got about 80,000 or 85,000 litres of soybeans into the bins, which is good to start with, but we've got lots more to do. However, the next few fields aren't quite ready yet, so we're going to make a bit of a start on some field prep with the fields we've harvested. Now, we'll just jump into the mini-map and have a look at what we're going to be doing. So just taking a look here on the precision farming scorer, you can see the pH levels on 135 and 203, which have both been harvested. They're pretty low, so we're going to get them boosted. 195 was the other one with soybeans in it, which we've harvested, but I'm not sure whether we're going to keep this bit of farm. We may actually consider selling that once we get the all the feedlots and everything all set up. So for now, we're not going to bother about that. Our focus today is 135 and 203. So we're going to go and get some lime spread on both of those. And then if we jump back here into the soil composition, 203 needs to be ploughed. So we'll get out and get the plough running around on that one as well. And we'll probably try and get a cultivator on this one as well, so it's all ready to get planted into. Bearing in mind, we were talking during the live stream about merging all three of these fields. So we'll see, we might not worry about that too much, but we will need to plough that up. There's also some land area in here which we'd expand into. And once we get field 134 harvested, there's some land area in there we would look to expand into as well. So plenty still to do before we get back into our harvesting and get back onto the soybeans. So you can see here we've got the 4940 with the spreader on the back, and we've also gone and got the Strobel tender here. It's got 7,000 litres of lime in it. It'll be a help, but I don't know how far exactly that is going to go. So we're going to send these both on down to the field, head on down to where we had the corn and harvested that for the maize, and go and get some lime spread. So we're going to carefully navigate down here with the spreader. We do have a full hopper of lime, so it is weighing quite a bit. We've got the pickup there in front with the tender. They're heading down and driving down there using some auto drive, which is handy. So we'll get down there and make a start on the spreading. It'll be interesting to see how far this lime goes. Precision farming can be quite hungry sometimes, so let's get down there and see how much lime we use. So here we are. I'm just going to get straight into it. We'll get that turned on. We will bring up the mini map down there so we can see that our pH levels are going up and turning nice and green. We've got it on automatic application rate, or at least we should, because that's what we were on last time. And so there we go, we are on and going with the lime now. Actually, before we go too much further, particularly at that pace, we're just going to turn this off very quickly. I've learnt my lesson too many times. We'll get these wheels widened out because I don't want to have a repeat experience of this spreader tipping over. So there we go. That is better and should be starting to spread again. Now we will try and set up a GPS course as we're running down one of the edges. We'll see how we go. It might be a little bit hard travelling at this speed because we do spread at quite a rate. And I'm just looking at how quickly the lime is going down. We might not run into too many difficulties. We may actually manage to get a decent amount of the spread without having to head back to the yard. So with that all done and said, let's jump straight into a little bit of a time lapse and see you when we're all finished. Well, that's pretty close to being the whole field finished. Just that little postage stamp piece in there that we couldn't quite do, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we're not going to bother bringing the spreader back over here just for that little bit. We'll just head on back to the farm. We've sent the pickup back over there, and we will go and get topped up with lime again from the silo, and we will go and do the field over the road. Back over here at the yard, we're just coming around to the resupply silos here. First one in the line is our lime one, so just pull in there and get some lime put into the hopper. We won't worry about using the tender, the little seed tender, because it is just over the road. for this one, and I'm not actually sure on the field size whether this one might be a little bit bigger or not. But I was just having a think. Now, one of the issues we have, and as I was thinking about ploughing the field we were just down in and what we do with the one over the road, I think because we're going to increase the area of the field, I'm going to actually wait to actually cultivate it, and we'll do that all at once. I will have to come back in probably and lime these little areas that we're going to plough up and get them covered before, well, once they're ploughed, because we won't have any data on them at the moment. But what I might do is we actually have, as I've pointed out before, we've got lots of these grass areas. You can see this one here, one over the other side there. We've got a bit of space in behind our behind the silos and on the corner there, as well as all the way down the far end, back where we were. We've just got lots of these little grass areas, and what I was thinking, we need some hay, and I know we planted our alfalfa to get some hay, but what I might do, instead of spending some time cultivating this field, we'll get down and plough the other one. We'll definitely get that done, but I might actually run around before the end of this episode with the swather mower and mow as many of these fields as we can, and actually get them started to make some hay. So I think that is what we are going to do once we're all done here and done with the ploughing. So we'll carry on, we'll get this field all spread. Now, the other interesting thing I did notice as we were liming is how the different pH rates that are already on the fields, how that affected our automatic application. Some runs I felt like we were going to chew through the lime and have hardly any left, and then other parts of the field where there was slightly higher pH already, it felt like we didn't use too much, which was interesting. I guess it makes complete sense because the application rate's being managed by the existing pH rate, so or pH levels, so it completely makes sense. But anyhow, let's carry on here. We'll get this one done as well before moving on to the ploughing. There we are all done, and now if we look back, there's probably going to be a big strip that looks like we missed it, but the pixels, here we are, pixels on the map showed that it was spread on, and in fact, if we just jump over here, have a look at our precision farming, you can see nice and green the whole way across. Our little square down there we didn't quite get done on that field, but interestingly how the automatic application rate works slightly differently. Didn't quite get that up as high. What is that? 6.5, whereas the majority goes to 6.7. or even 7 in this field's case. So interesting how that all works. But anyhow, that is the lime spreading done for now. So we're going to get things parked up and go and pull out to the big versatile, put the plough on the back, and we'll head down and get started work in the cornfield. There we are, all hooked up to the ripper here. So we will head on down the road back into the maize, get that field all ripped up. Now I was looking at that as well while we were down there, wondering if there's some way we could expand that field in and around the cow pasture, around the barn and everything like that, but I couldn't see a real logical way to do it because it is right in the middle. Get out in front of that car, pretty much right in the middle of the field. There's really no options for anything to do, so we'll have a look when we get down there, but I just don't think there's going to be a chance. This car's going to get here before we get to the power pole. Anyhow, we'll have a look when we get down there. We're going to get overtaken. Crikey, traffic makes things a bit of a nightmare when you've got something big like this running down the roads. But let's head on down to the field and we'll have a look. So here we are down at the field now, just having a look at the area in here, which is where I was talking about expanding the field because of where the cow pasture, the silage bunker, everything like that. We want to be able to maintain some access down there, so I just don't see any real benefit in ploughing any of this area up. I think what we might do, we'll definitely come down and mow this, get the grass off and see how it looks then, but we'll see if we can expand the field. I'm not sure if we own the bit of land that runs up there against the train tracks and the triangle in the corner, or whether that's a separate field. We will look at areas like this around the edge and just square this up, make it a little bit wider. We can probably go a little bit closer to the road as well. There we go, that answers that question. No, we don't own this wedge down in here, unfortunately, so we are confined to just this rectangular sort of shape. So we'll see what we can do and get things tidied up. Let's just get this put into the ground, not too close to the fence, because that'll become an issue when we come to harvest next time, whatever ends up in this field. But we will just back up here. I think that's about right. Get that lowered down. We have our create field mode on. We do. There we go. We'll get that moving forward and head on around the corner. Not too much benefit going too much closer to the fences there on the pasture, but we will just square things up just a little bit. Not perfectly, but at least tidier than it is at the moment. So that's once around the field, and we have added a little bit of area, but there really wasn't a huge amount we could grab around the edge of this one. So nothing lost, nothing too much gained, but nothing lost. So we are just going to carry on now and get this all ploughed up. It's going to take a wee while, a little bit longer than I thought. A little bit slower tractor and not quite as wide a plough, but it'll get it done. It'll get it done reasonably quickly, actually. Once we get into it and into some up and down rows properly, that should go relatively smoothly, I expect. So we'll probably... next time we chat, we'll be pretty much finished, so we'll see you then. And here we are, just getting the last part of the field finished and going well, as would be expected. Took a little bit longer than I thought, but that's fine. It is a job that needs to be done, and we've got it done now, which is good. And this field is now pretty much ready to be planted in when we decide what we're going to plant in it, and when we need to get that planted. Of course, we're heading into winter in Canada, so even though we are close to the US border here in British Columbia, it's probably still going to be fairly cold and snowy as we get there, so unlikely to have anything planted anytime soon. But let's head on back down to the yard, get this all parked up. I will still go and get the mower. I was just contemplating whether we will do that in this episode or leave that for the next one, just as for timing and how long the episode might be. But I think with the liming and the ploughing, we might go and get one field done and get started, and then we can leave the rest to do another day. So at least we've made a start and see how it's going to work. Now we're going to have a problem here because the train's just been and we look like we've got a whole lot of traffic coming. So we're just going to park here, let that all go past, if it will go past. And then, don't know what we're going on. I've noticed the cars have been stopping. I don't know why that car has stopped. It should really go. It seems to be some sort of collision. It's happened on a number of occasions. I've noticed it happening. Anyhow, we'll leave them there. We'll get past best we can and get back down to the yard. We'll just park this back here on the grass. Now, two things I need to invest in for the yard. We do have a pressure washer in the shop, but of course we can't really get implements or anything in there to wash those. It's on the wall on the other side, so even though we can actually use it through the wall, we can't actually get it there to use. So that's one thing. The second is we need to invest in a fuel tank or something like that, because at the moment we've got no way to refuel our equipment. And one option I was thinking about, we could actually put it here next to the next to this little covered carport or whatever it is. We could even put the diesel tank in under that to, one, protect it from the snow when it comes, and two, just as another way to use this and make it a bit more functional than just parking a gooseneck trailer in it. But that's for another day. We don't need to worry about it just yet. We haven't used too much diesel. So we'll head on down to the farm, just down that way, and go and grab the swather, the mower, and make a start on mowing a little bit of grass. Alright, we've come up here to this bit of land up here, and I was just practicing with the mower just to make sure everything worked, and fortunately I did, because I'm just going to show you this. Turn it on, put it down, and for whatever reason it is not dropping any grass. It's cutting it, but we're not getting any dropped. Now I don't know whether this is a clash or a mod conflict with Maize Plus, with the different conditions, or whether it's the fact that this mower has the conditioner on it which is causing the issues, or whether I'm running a real mower which is cutting out some of those bushes and things like that, whether it is that mod. So that really is going to put a halt to us doing any more mowing at this stage, and foils those plans for the episode. So I think we will probably wrap things up here, and I will do a little bit more research. I'll do some testing off camera with just some base game mowers and things like that, see if they will work, and perhaps we have to look at replacing this little swather, which is a bit of a shame. I was looking forward to using it. I've used it a couple of times, but we might look at getting maybe the Vermeer trailed mower from the Vermeer pack and give that a go, because that would be quite an appropriate mower to have, and see if that works. So, well, like I said, best laid plans sometimes just don't work, and if it's just a simple mod conflict we can sort out, then so be it, we will get that done. So that's a perfect place then to wrap up that episode. We'll be back with an update on whether we're going to be able to mow grass or not, and we'll go from there. So as always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed that episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to another episode of the Canadian Cattle Farmer on Chilliwack, British Columbia. Now, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to everyone who commented on potential causes for the issue we were having with the grass last time. But it was simply solved by Chumpy Farmer himself, the creator of the map. And he pointed out to me that when he's painted these areas, he used a deco foliage. So this one over here, which when you cut it, doesn't actually drop any swath or anything like that. So that's why we weren't getting anything. No mod conflicts or no clashes or anything there. It was purely down to what was painted down on the ground. Now, I think he did say if we mowed it, it would come back and grow as meadow grass. But he also said if you go through and paint your own meadow grass, you'll be able to mow it and it will drop swath and you'll be able to get it to grow back as well. So that's what we've done. We've gone around most of our plots where there was grass, and we've just replaced it here and painted in some meadow grass, because while some might look at it as cheating because it did cost quite a fair amount, and we've reimbursed ourselves for that cost. We could have also used the paint and terraform for free mods that are out there, but I looked at it the fact that we did have this area, we own the land, there was grass on it, and normally you're going to get some sort of swath or something from the grass. So I don't feel like we've cheated. I just feel like we've made it so we could play it the way we wanted to. Beauty of Farm Sim, you can play it however you want to. So we're going to jump back into the swather and get the mowing done and go around all our plots. So we have here, we have down at the main farm, the bit over the road where we were working in the soybean fields. There's a little bit in by the main yard, and then over where we ploughed the field in the last episode, over by the where we took the maize silage off, we've got that as well. So 3 or 4 areas that we're going to go and get mowed and work on getting some hay made. Now, the other thing to talk about, obviously with Maize Plus, we do have some options, and I'm just going to jump actually here. We'll jump into the cab. We'll bring up the menu and have a look at this. Right, so you can see there, we've actually got the unique situation because this header has a tedder effectively built into it. Now that was to simulate conditioning the hay, so if you were playing on base game, you could mow the grass and have it basically converted to hay straight away. And that's why we have the option there to go through our tethered stages. Base game, conditioned, semi-dry and hay, and that's because of Maize Plus provides that option when you have your tedder. Now we're going to have the with or without conditioner. If we have the with conditioner, that simulates conditioning the grass. So we'll go, instead of being fresh grass, it should go to conditioned grass. And that will mean that we only need to tedder it, well, once or twice. It depends what we choose there with the tedder stage. So when we have the tedder hooked up to a tractor, we'll have those options there of tedder stage, base game, conditioned, semi-dry and hay. But because we are just mowing with a conditioner, we're going to start off straight there with conditioned, which will be the condition of our grass. So I think that should answer all of those questions around Maize Plus. Only one way to find out, and that's to turn the mower on and have a look. So we'll do this a little bit in here, I guess, as a little bit of a practice, and get it mowed off. So we'll just back up here. Now the beauty of doing this too is anywhere that there is the deco grass still, we should just get rid of it and it won't cause any issues. But there you go, this is a slightly lighter colour. If you're familiar with Maize Plus, this is the conditioned grass colour. If I was to turn the with conditioner option off, we'd get a slightly different colour, but I don't want to do that because then we'll end up with a couple of different fill types. So I think that is working exactly how we want it to, which is perfect. Now I do like this little swather. While it's not the hugest, widest mower in the world, it does go reasonably fast, and it is incredibly nimble and manoeuvrable, which is fantastic, particularly when you're working in something like this area. Just a small little area, we're just going to run around it. Probably doesn't make much sense, you wouldn't normally mow in here. Probably would have been better just to leave this. But there you go, I was just doing a little bit of a practice, and you can see there is some of the fresh grass, so it is that darker green is the colour you'd get if you were doing that with Maize Plus. So that's probably enough of an explanation of where we've been, what our issues were and where we're heading. I think nothing more for it. We're just going to jump straight into mowing this. We'll jump into a little bit of a time lapse getting this section done, and then we'll be moving down the road and going and doing some more. So we'll catch you in just a few minutes. So there we are, first field, or not really a field is it, but first pasture mode, meadow mode, or whatever you want to call it. There's quite a bit of grass on there actually as you look around and see all the rows and swaths and everything there, which is good. It's going to go a long way to giving us a decent amount of hay for our food. I know a lot of people have commented that Maize Plus is pretty hungry on food, so we're going to need a lot to be able to keep our animals happy. One thing I was just thinking about as I was mowing around this awkward little bit here in the middle, what I might consider doing, I know by Chumpy Farmer when he made the map why this spot is here, because it mimics what is here in real life, but I might actually plough this up, make that into one big field, a grass field for that, and then we might actually create a new entrance just down in here, right next to the cow barn, and in here somewhere we can get down the side to both ends and access that and have some space and just a little bit of a yard so we can service that area. That'll give us a decent little field in there between the barn and the house, work around the house as well. I think that could be a good solution to making that just a little bit more usable. And as you can see, the harvest store down there in the distance, we're not too far away from the main yard, so it's not going to take us too long to go back and forth from that spot. So that is going to work very well. Now, just another thing to point out, I did while I was painting the grass, I actually painted meadow grass into all the cattle pastures. I'm intrigued to see if that will work with the animal extension grazing mod that came as part of Maize Plus, or as a separate part of Maize Plus from the farming agency. So we've planted that in there, or painted that in there, and we'll just keep an eye on whether that does provide some food. I wonder if I only did it on the 1st day of October, so I do wonder if it needs to tick over at midnight or something like that to be properly detected. So let's just keep an eye on that and see what happens. But we're going to carry on down here to the fields down here on the right, probably where the combine is parked, and do that little bit in there, and then the piece on the other side, and just keep on working our way around our different farmyards and getting as much of this mowed as we can. Here we are, meadow number 2 between the two fields. This one's going to be a lot easier to do because it is a much more regular shape. So we're just going to jump straight in here again. We'll get this one done, we'll jump over to the one there around the house, or around that next house. Then I think we'll head down to where the maize field was. So we'll carry on going and we'll catch up with you again very soon. Now tell me, is it still a row of shame if it's grass or not? I don't know, but this is quite possibly the narrowest little row you could ask for. But there we are, all finished over in this part as well. So you'll see we've gone right down into the back corner around the bunker and things like that. So we've got a lot more grass over here as well, which is fantastic. And you can see in there we've got the meadow grass planted in and around the cows. So I think there is one little patch left up by the main farm, but I think it's going to be a little bit hard to get to because it's in past the soybeans, which haven't been harvested yet. So we might just leave that at this time and worry about it for another day. So we'll head on back up. We're going to leave this back at the main yard. That was part of the idea of the yard build as well, being able to bring all our equipment back down to the same site and have it all in one spot. So we do have all the silage equipment we still need to bring over from the other farm to get that all back into the same yard. But anyhow, let's head on back up this way and we'll see you back in the yard in a minute. So just over there in the corner, you can see that section up there. We did put the meadow grass in there, but I think we'll leave it. I don't think we'll worry about it now. The plan is to turn all of that field there once we merge everything and get everything all done on this side. Finish with the feedlots is to merge that and make that a bit of a grass field in behind there, which will actually work quite well just thinking about it, because if we have grass or alfalfa or something in that part, if we plough up at the first yard we mowed at today, plant some grass or alfalfa or something up there, that'll give us 3 good grass fields to keep our hay going, and then that leaves everything else, I guess, is potential cash crops. We'll still need to put some corn in somewhere to be able to make some silage. So I think everything's starting to come together quite nicely, I think. So we'll get this parked up here in the shed and we'll make a decision on what we're going to go do next. So I just thought we'd come out and scout some of our crops. These are the next soybeans which will be ready. This field, one over there, and the one over the road, and that is the last of our soybeans to harvest. But I was just looking at all these weeds in here, and we've got an expected yield of only 5 tonnes, 79%, with a potential of 89%. What I might do is actually go and pull out the sprayer and run that through here, get these weeds killed off, and actually see if we can boost our expected yield on this, get it up from 79 even up to 84, 85 would make quite a difference to boosting things up there. So let's go and we'll go and pull the spreader out. Well, it's got the spreader on the back. We'll have to pull that out, put the sprayer on it, and we'll go and get some herbicide in and get those weeds sprayed. So over here by the liquid silo, and it's currently empty, so if we just walk up and stand next to it right about here, you see we've got an option there to put some herbicide in. Now we're not going to buy too much because we only need enough to spray a few fields. I think we might get 5,000 litres. That should keep us going for a wee while. $6,600. Now with that full, we should be able to jump up in here, and it's now saying we can fill from there with the herbicide. So that's fantastic, working out very well. Now I was just looking, just have a look on the map while that fills up. So 147 was the one I was going to spray with weeds, but I also noticed that the 2 over the road, which we still have to harvest, both have weeds in them as well. So we will go and get all 3 sprayed, and that will give us the best chance to get the best yield possible out of our soybeans. There we are. Good thing we bought 5,000 litres because we used pretty much all of it. Now we'll get around here. Nice big boom on this. It shouldn't take too long to get done at all. We'll face up around, of course, we're going to widen these wheels as well because I don't really want to have to deal with them tipping over. So we'll get that widened out. There we are. Nice wide stance there. Get things lined up once the boom's all open and we'll be able to get started. But we will get through these very, very quickly. We get things turned on there, and of course we do have spot spraying, but because we've started out with weeds on this field, we pretty much are going to be going the full time rather than just in spots. That's the difference between starting with precision farming on and inheriting a field that has some weeds in it versus if you had planted this and had weeds coming up in a new field. But that's alright, we will make do with what the conditions are. So with that all underway, going well, you can see it turned off perfectly there where we went over the field. Then we'll set a GPS course up along this long edge, and we'll just crack straight into this with another little time lapse. So we'll see you probably once we've finished the other 2 fields, because there's not going to be too much to do in between. Alright, well there we go, we're finished. I thought I still had another pass to do, but I remember now when we came back after refilling, we went down the left-hand edge there and came straight back down on the right before going across the headlands. Which is great, because I was getting nervous that I went and bought 2,000 litres more herbicide to get enough done, and I thought we were going to run out, but let's just check the map and see how things look. And there we go, everything is looking nice and brown. So I'm just going to jump out here, because I think our expected yield before was... Wow, this is actually looking pretty good now, 116 and potential 125. This must be on some better ground. So we'll go back over and compare it, because I know we looked at it specifically over in the field by the yard. So we'll go and have a look at there. We were on 79%, so I'm intrigued to see how much getting rid of those weeds might have boosted that yield. Well, you got to laugh sometimes, don't you? 1% extra 100 kilos per hectare. So not a huge benefit at all for getting rid of those weeds, but it looks much nicer, doesn't it? Without all those flowers through there. Oh well, it was worth the experiment to try and find out whether it was worth it or not. Probably wasn't, I would argue. We spent, what, 8-9 grand on herbicide? And if we get, how many hectares are there in here, does it say? Doesn't say, but if we were to increase our yield by, well, we need 10 hectares to do 1 tonne extra. That probably isn't going to make much of a difference to our total yields, is it? So there we are, another successful day for the Canadian cattle farmer. Nice to get that grass sorted out once again. Thanks to Chumpy Farmer for his advice on what we needed to do, and to everyone else in the comments who left suggestions. I'm just pleased it wasn't a mod conflict, and we've been able to carry on with everything that we had and work the way we were wanting to, which is good. And like I said, it was good to get those weeds sprayed, even if it didn't show as much of a potential yield bonus as I might have expected. So it is what it is. It's nice to get rid of them though. And we do get a little bit better, a little bit more, which is good. So next time, I think we will probably be moving forward another day. We'll be into the second part of October. Hopefully, we'll be able to get in and ted the grass. I was thinking about that while we were moving around. I'll probably go for only tedding once, so we'll try and get it tedded straight to hay, and then we'll windrow it. So that is the plan. Whether we do it all in one day, I'm not too sure. Realistically, I'd like to leave the hay to dry a little bit more from being tedded to turn into hay. That's normally what would happen. There'd be some period between that last ted and being windrowed to make into hay. So we'll see whether we do that. It might just be a case of we need something to do, and that is all there is to do. But that will be for the live stream on the weekend. So as always, hope you've enjoyed that episode. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to another episode of the Canadian Cattle Farmer on Chilliwack, British Columbia. Now if you've caught the last couple of live streams over the weekend, we have had a busy couple of days. We've got most of the soybeans harvested, what you can see here in front of us and over in the field beyond where the class is working. That is all there is left of the soybeans, 234,000 or so already in the bin, plus a mostly full truck and what we have left here. So I'm hoping we'll get close to 350,000 litres, which would be fantastic. But we also managed to get our hay all done, and you can see over in the distance we've built a second hay barn, and we've got about 450,000 litres of hay. I think there's about 77 or so bales over in there, which is another good result, and moving us one step further to having all the ingredients we need to be able to make our cattle feed. And obviously now that these fields are all cleared out, or just about cleared out, we can start on the next phase of our expansion plans for the feedlots, which is to go and build them over there on the headland of that field. So we will be looking forward to getting into that part very, very soon. As for today's episode, we are certainly going to be finishing off these soybeans. We've only got the class for a little bit longer. It is on demo and getting close to its demo hours, so we're going to have to think about returning that. We might have to think about whether we want to buy it too. We'll see if it stays on the dealer's lot for very long, because it would be a very welcome addition on the farm. But there we go, we'll just let the combine carry on and turn around. We've got that pretty much unloaded. Now, for today's, the main plan once we've finished here is actually to start some tillage, some field work. Obviously we want to plough up some of the field over the road, make that a little bit larger, and we were going to convert part of this side of the field this part here all into a grass field. Or I actually said during the live stream we might look at planting some clover to complement the alfalfa we already have planted. So a couple of things to do, and that is pretty much our plans. But focus now, finish off getting this soybeans all harvested. Not long to go, we'll get this all knocked out and then we'll move on to that tillage. So let's get going. The very last pass of beans here and last harvest for this year before winter sets in, which is good. Nice to get it all finished and wrapped up. So I'm intrigued to get this all back over into the silos and see how much we ended up with. I brought this combine over to give us a hand. Actually didn't work out quite how I wanted it to, because the lands on the class combine actually tried to offset, and we'd already harvested that part, which is why things might have looked a little bit funky. But here we are, that should be all empty. And we'll turn around. Workers finished their task, which is good. We'll leave them there for now. We'll need to come get that, put the header away and everything like that. In fact, we need to buy a pressure washer because some of our equipment is getting rather filthy rather quickly. But we'll go down, get the class emptied out. We'll go and grab the truck and put everything into the bins and get a final tally on how many beans we've got. We've got the grain cart empty. We're just getting the truck all dumped out now. This had a complete load, 75,000 litres sitting in here. So we'll just pull forward and get the trailer done, and then we can have a look and see exactly how much we've ended up with total. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, particularly when we have a look on the time-saving stock check and see what the value of all that stock is going to be worth. We'll just let this one here get emptied out, and then we'll go and take a look. So 321,794 litres of soybeans with a current value of $230,000, but a potential value of $457,000. So throw our 25 grand worth of wheat in with that, and we're looking pretty good for that. The downside, we've got to wait till July to realise that income, and we're currently sitting in November, so a little bit of a wait there for that, but it's going to be worth it. So there we are. We will get everything tidied up, get all the equipment put away, we'll get the class cleaned up and loaded back up onto the truck, and that can go back down to the dealer, and then we'll be able to pull out some tractors and get started on some tillage. So there we are, we've got ourselves a pressure washer now, and we'll just give the header here a quick wash off before it heads away. We've got that loaded up on the pickup, and then we'll go and give the combine a clean down before it goes up on the back of the truck as well. And then they can be on their way. We'll grab our combine, get all that cleaned up, get that all put away as well. Got to go rescue the header trailer from the other field yet, so we'll get all this tidied up, and then it will be into the tractors. That's everything put away, combine's loaded up, ready to go. They'll be rolling out very, very soon. So we are going to move on to our tillage now, and we're just going to take a quick look at the map. I need to double check if anything needs to be ploughed before we go ahead and start cultivating. Ideally we'd be able to pull one of the big cultivators or even set up both the New Holland and the Versatile running those. So let's just jump into the menu and have a look. So there we are on the PDA. You can see the 2 fields we've just finished. Neither need ploughing, got some weeds in 135, but neither of the other 2 need ploughing either, which is excellent. And if we just scroll across and have a look here, interesting, we need a bit of lime put on those 2 fields and a bit on those 2 fields. And we'll obviously need to deal with the nitrogen, and you can see our yield. How much of a difference having some good nitrogen on that field made to our potential yields, even with soybeans, isn't it? Which is interesting. You can see a bit of a difference. It shouldn't have actually affected them. Anyhow, it is what it is. So we'll just have to make sure we improve that and make it the best we can. So I think we will pull out the plough, we'll get the ripper out. On the Versatile, we'll go and rip up the grass areas that we want to get rid of. And once we've done that, then we will come back over and grab a couple of the cultivators, and I think we can probably set up both tractors running at the same time in different spots. So I've come over into this field. Now I know the intention is to make this grass, and we already have grass here in the corner, but I want to be able to apply fertilizer and lime and all of those nutrients that the grass might need to be able to give it its best shot. So we're just going to get in here and rip this section up here in the corner, get it all tidied up and make a nice big square field. Will be very good. And then we also need to actually run down between these 2 fields back over behind the yard and merge them, because they are going to be merged. So we'll do that at the same time before we head on over the road and tackle some of those other areas. So we'll jump into a quick little time lapse again and get these few bits and pieces finished. Well, with that done, it's going to have added a decent amount of land into our fields. Now, one thing I haven't done, and we'll go over and do that now, is run down between these two fields. I decided I was going to keep this one here on the left separate, just in case we want to run a couple of different crops. We can still end up with the natural field, but this one will become our larger field. So we're going to run down the middle of these bushes here and join this, or join these two up into one, which will be good. It should really improve things for this field. So we'll get things unfolded again, and then the last thing we need to do is actually go down further and go and plough that field. Now, I mean, while we've been running around, I've been doing some thinking. We might actually try and get some lime on this before we actually cultivate it. And this is where the ditch is. I knew there was a ditch somewhere. So we're not actually going to go through there because that's a ditch. The tractor will go through it, but it's not going to make us a very nice field. Let's just have a look, because I thought this ditch disappeared somewhere along here. In fact, I think from about there, I reckon it's got a little bit leveler, a little bit flatter, and we can get rid of it. We'll just keep the little bit down the end there. There we go. This is pretty much flat through here, which is what I suspected, what I thought it was from when we were harvesting the field. But just down there is a little bit of a ditch still, so that's okay. We'll leave that there, and it can just be a little bit that juts into this field. I'm sure Courseplay and combines and whatnot will be able to navigate around it. But we'll get this little bit cut open and joined up, and then we'll head down to the field down the end there and replough that grass field. So there we go. I think that's going to be a pretty good job merging these fields. Made them much larger. The other thing I did mention is, or didn't mention, is I have tried to square the fields up a little bit. A few little bits that were a little bit out of shape, which we've had to play around with. So that's all done. So we'll head on down to that other field and go get that reshaped. And then we'll see how we're going for time, whether we can actually get anything done. Otherwise, I think next time we might try and set up the fertilizer spreader running Courseplay and auto drive to be able to go and refill and keep on going on these fields, and we will then be able to set up the tillage and get the cultivators up and going and get this ground turned over and get the lime all worked into it. So we are tackling this field now. This is the area we talked about ploughing up. I've started a little bit away from the edge because we still want to maintain access to the other end of that cattle pen. But we are going to go through and plough this up. We'll be respectful of the house here and just go probably round it. I don't know if we'll tuck right in behind the corner. Maybe we should. There's quite a bit of land in there, which we do own at all. We'll give the house a little bit of space. We didn't give it too much space when we were cutting the grass, but there we go. We'll head on down this way and back across, and then this will be another decent little grass field. Add to our empire here. Well, there we are, another new field created. This one's worked out quite well, I think. We did go in around the house there. It's actually quite a decent area. I mean, we've got a good amount of bales off here already, so I imagine we'll probably get a good amount of bales off it again if we put grass up in here. But whatever it is, clover, grass, alfalfa, it is all going to help with the animal food. So with that done, we can head on back down to the yard, get this all parked up because I think we're done with the plough for now. And then we're just going to pull off here into our yard, or else this car's going to cause us all sorts of problems. Oh, there's one behind us. Once we're done with that, I think we might have to wrap things up for this episode. So there we are, good job done today getting all the soybeans finished off and those couple of fields all ploughed, all the areas ploughed, and increasing our acreage, or usable acreage at least, and that's going to go a long way to helping us get some better crops, better yields and everything like that. So like I said, next time I think we will get the spreader out. We're going to try and set that up with course play and auto drive to auto refill and come back here to the silos, and we'll get these two tractors, this and the T8, up and running some tillage and getting those fields cultivated, all the lime worked down into the soil and tidied up. We're just going to back up and put this here, put it away, get the tractor back in the shed, and that'll be us done. So as always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed that episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to Chilliwack, British Columbia for the Canadian Cattle Farmer. Now if you caught the live stream on the weekend, you would have seen we got a whole lot of field prep completed and everything all ready to go for planting when spring comes around. So we'll take a look at that in just a minute, but we've basically cultivated all our fields and got the pH lime values boosted on everything. In fact, let's go and take a look at that now. There you go, you can see fields 133, 134 and 135 are all cultivated. We've got a couple of different textures in there because we used different cultivators as we worked through it, and likewise with fields 147 and 148 there behind the yard. A few little bits and pieces we missed in those fields, horseplay missed at least, but hopefully we'll be able to get that squared away and tidied up when we come into the plant. The only field we have left anything to do with is 195 down here by the cattle barn or cattle pasture that we have. And I'm still trying to decide what we're going to do down there. It might become a grass field, we will see. As for the pH levels, you can see in precision farming there, we've got things looking pretty good. Interesting to see how it's gone a little bit patchy in that on the areas where we ploughed and increased our field. And that's because it would have started off with a very low pH to start with. Even though we had it set at automatic, obviously couldn't apply it quickly enough to get it up to the levels. But it's still looking a lot healthier than it was. So that leaves us with this dirty equipment, which we're going to get cleaned up and put away. Now the other thing we tried in the live stream was to start mixing some feed up for our animals using Maize Plus, and we were going for the realistic mixture, and it came to my attention that we actually needed some grass silage, which we don't have any of, and there was a few other issues that we came up against that I've got a solution for, and that is what we're going to get into today, is taking a look at trying to get some food mixed up for our animals, for the cows, and get that delivered down to the different pastures. It is going to require some investment, and it is going to require an extension on our loan, which is not ideal, but I think at this stage is unavoidable, and the end result should be a vast improvement where we're sitting right now. So we're going to go get that done once we've got all these things put away. So let's get on to it. So we've got everything put away, tidied up, and the yard is looking much better than it was when we finished up last time. We're on our way down to the shop, we're following the truck down, so we've got a couple of things we're going to go purchase. I'll explain a little bit more when we get down there, but the main reason for taking the truck is we do need to buy some grass silage bales, so that is going to be the easiest way to get that grass silage input that we need to make our Maize Plus mixture. But we've also got a couple of other things we're going to pick up, which is why we are taking the gooseneck down, so we'll get on down there, have a look, see how much money we need to borrow. I'm still a little bit uncertain how much we're going to have to increase that loan. And then we'll get back and get started on getting some animal feed mixed up and delivered down here to these animals and all the other ones that we have scattered around the different cattle pens. We're just getting turned in here to the shop. Now we will go and get the truck loaded up with bales. I think it takes 36, if I can remember correctly. So we're going to buy 36 grass silage bales and get them loaded up and delivered back down to the store. But we've obviously, like I said, got some other things to go and buy. So we'll go and have a look in the catalogue and check those out. So taking a look here under bales, we've got the round bale grass silage, $560 for a bale. Have a look at 8. It's going to cost us $4,480 for that, and we want 36 total. So we're going to want 4 and a half of that. So we're almost looking at about 20 grand for the bales. So we'll get some money for that, extend our loan. Now, taking a look at some of the other things that we want to buy. We are going to pick up a conveyor here and we're going to get the grimy one. This is so we can unload the maize silage out of the harvest store and get it into one of our mixers. Obviously we had issues last time in the live stream with the height of the conveyor out of the harvest store. We couldn't get a mixer or anything in underneath that, and we were having to use the forks on the front of the front loader, which just did not make sense at all. So we're going to pick up one of these just to make that task a little bit easier, particularly if we are going to have to mix up a huge quantities of silage and TMR. So $38,000 for there, so we're up to $58,000 to go and borrow. But where the real money is going to come is looking at a different option for our feed mixer. So we have the Knight IT26 here, which is an IT runner feed mixer. Now it has a 26,000 litre capacity, so a little bit bigger than the mixers we have at the moment, but we obviously need an IT runner to haul it on. Now there's a couple of different options for those. We could get the IT runner pack here. We've got an option there, $45,000 for the long one, and included in this pack there is actually another feed mixer. Have a look there. It's only 11.5 or 11,900 litre capacity, so really not worth it for what we want to do, but we do have this option here for the Mack trucks with the IT runner attachment. Now the three different trucks there, the Pinnacle obviously the lower range, Anthem about the same price, and then the Superliner a little bit more expensive, nicer looking truck, but I think we are going to be forced into looking maybe the Pinnacle and picking up the IT runner. So we've gone from spending $58,000 on a conveyor and some bales to adding in another $110,000 or so to pick up a new truck and the attachment required for it. The beauty of this is 49 miles per hour. We can run that back and forth between the yard a lot faster than any of our tractors would go hauling the feed wagons, and we can obviously haul more at once than we can in the feed wagons. So it does seem like an expense that we might not have to spend. We could look at selling some of our existing feed mixers, and we might do that in the future. We'll see how this setup goes. But we're going to go in and borrow the $160,000 or $170,000 we need to buy everything we require and get it all set up and going. We've taken our loan there up to $900K. We've got $180,000 in the bank. Now just a reminder, look here under our time saving stock check. We do have almost $500,000 worth of product sitting in the silos, but we are going to have to wait quite some time. We're in November at the moment. A wee while until we'll get the maximum price there for our soybeans. So we'll take the hit, we'll take the interest penalties that we have to pay to be able to do what we do and develop the farm. We haven't even built our feedlots yet, so that is certainly something else we have to be mindful of, and whether we may have to borrow more money to do that. But you got to spend money to make money, right? So I'll quickly go through, get everything bought, set up, loaded up onto the truck, put on the back of the gooseneck, and we'll head on back down to the yard. So everything's all loaded up. Here is our new truck and mixer. Gone for the same colour, see it in the sunlight. Same colour as the trucks we already had, so fit in nicely. Would have been nice to get the Superliner, but as it was, I actually underestimated how much money we needed, and we had to borrow another $50,000. I'm trying to correlate that with my maths. I think I might have got to put the cost of the mixer in maybe. We looked at the truck and the IT attachment, but not the actual cost of the 50 grand of the mixer. So a little bit more than I was hoping to spend, but there we go. And I also got too many bales. Got too many bales. We got 34 on the back of the truck. Got 2 more left over there, but we'll come back and get those at some stage. Managed to get the conveyor up there on the gooseneck, so everything's all loaded up and ready to head back onto the yard. So we'll send the 2 trucks off with auto drive. We'll carefully head on back with the conveyor, and we'll catch you down back at the yard. We've made it back to the yard without too many dramas. A little bit of an issue with auto drive not wanting to work on the truck, or both the trucks actually. For some reason the IT runner wanted to unfold and drop the IT unit on the ground and drive with it like that, as if that was its folded state when running an auto drive, and the truck just wouldn't drive at all. I wonder if that's because I had the bales loaded to the trailer. I'm not sure. But we're back here, we've got the conveyor, so we can get things unstrapped, and we'll get the back of this unfolded, we can get this unloaded, and we'll go and get the bales off the back of the trailer. Decided we'll stack them here against the side of the barn. That will be as good a place as any for now. We don't need to buy another storage for that. And we've got the IT runner over here. We'll try and get our first mix, or first realistic mixture done for getting some animals fed. Bales unloaded. We've got the conveyor here in position. We just press our fill button. We come across here and find our maize silage. There we go. Starting to get some out of our silo. That's good. We'll go and get the tractor out. I think we're going to need to get the Kubota with the grab on the front so we can go and pick up some bales. And we'll get the truck over here and in position to start making our mixture. We're going to have to pay careful attention to what exactly we need to put in because that's not what I did last time. As you can see with Maize Plus, we do get that very helpful overlay down the bottom telling us what our possible inputs are. Now if we look down the very bottom, we've got grass silage and maize silage. Minimum 10, maximum of 90. So that is the majority of what we need to put in for our mix. 26,000 litre capacity in here. But it's not actually that much more than the mixer we had. The mixer had about a 23,000 litre capacity. But it is bigger, and obviously the speed we can run at is also a big advantage. So we can click that to keep filling. Hopefully that will keep going for the whole time. And we'll get a decent amount in there, and we'll go and grab the forks, and while this is loading we'll go and put some grass in as well. The first couple of bales here. Now I'm hoping we have this grabbed properly, we can just go and put these up in here and they'll start filling in that. We'll get that opened and drop them in. There we are, one's disappeared. Second one hasn't yet. Let's hope. Oh, there we go. It has disappeared now. So let's just jump over here. We should be able to have a look and see how close. We're 20,000 of 26,000 litres in there. 13,000 maize, 7,000 grass silage. So we've got our mixture looking good here. I think we should be able to, if we look through the list. We can pad it out with straw. Maximum of 20%. Now 20% of 26,000 is just under 5,000. 5,200. And I think our bales are 5,000 litres, so we do need to be very careful with this, and this is what caught me out last time. But I think, I'm going to grab a straw bale out and just double check to see what its capacity is. So it does say there, next object 5,000 litres. We've just spawned one bale. Turn around and have a look. It is sitting there, and if we go and have a look at it, it does tell us 5,000 litres. So hopefully that will just about fill us up, and use that as a little bit of padding in the mix. It means we're not using our more expensive products like the grass silage or the maize silage. The straw really was just a byproduct that we were able to use. Come down, grab this, get that picked up, and we'll go drop it in the back of the mixer, and that should take us pretty much close to max capacity and a first of our mixers. There we go, it disappeared. So we'll hop back over here next to the truck. 25,389 litres you can see down the bottom of 26,000. So we'll just top it off with some maize. Doesn't take too much to do. Well, we don't seem to be able to get any more maize out of the silo, which is a little bit frustrating. Not quite sure why that is, but that's alright. We might have to just be careful when using that trigger that we put the maize in first, rather than anything else. But we've got our TMR mixture. We have got it set up perfectly for us. So let's head on down to the first of our cattle pastures. We'll head to the one just up the road here, and go and see about getting some of our animals fed. Moment of truth as we pull in here. Now the unload is on the left hand side, so we'll come down the side here. This is where our new track's going to be going in at some stage. Obviously the money is not in our account to be able to do that now, but we'll get turned around and we'll go about seeing about getting these first lot of cows fed. 50 cows sitting in here, so it'll be interesting to see how far this will go. Pulled up there, hop out, go and get the door opened up. There we are. See if we can come in here. Pretty sure this is the feed trigger through here. We will find out. Open the door on the other end so we can come out at the same time. But of course these have no food, so they have used all of the material they had up. All the grass that they have in the pasture has all been eaten. So I'm just going to drive in here. Hopefully I'm going to get an unload trigger. If I didn't get the trigger the first time through, I wonder if I was too far across. It does show the trigger there. For our feed. Action cannot be formed here. I wonder if it's because it's too high. Let's drop it off the back of the IT runner and see if that lowers that trigger down a little bit further. Get unloaded. Hopefully the truck can handle the weight. Did make a little bit of a bounce, but there we go. And we'll go and hop in the IT runner because it is one that you can enter. See if we can unload it that way. Ah, problem solved. We had to have the mixer actually turned on to be able to unload. And there we go. Should be now be getting some food into our cow pasture. You can see that spawning along the edge here, so that is where the food will spawn. I'm intrigued now to see whether we can load that back up and get it to feed. In fact, I'm going to turn it off and see if we can do that and just make sure it will work again. And yes, we can. So it was just a case of having the mixer turned on and then the food could be delivered to the cows. Now I was just looking, the cows are looking very, very jittery, but if we just have a look there, my frames are sitting around 58, 59 frames, so it's certainly not a performance issue. It is something to do with the way they are animated and walking through there, which is a little bit interesting, frustrating, to say the least, but there we go, we're getting everything unloaded and getting these animals fed. So there we are, that is all emptied out, and if we just take a look here in the animal screen, take a look at the Holsteins, not quite halfway, we're probably about 2/5. I think another load, another 25,000, 26,000 litres will get us very close to being full, and that should keep them going for hopefully a little while. Be interesting, like I've heard, to see how long it takes for them to eat that, because the demands with Maize Plus is certainly a lot higher than with base animals. So I think we're going to race around. We've got 4 pens, you can see there, 50 in each. We're going to race around, we are going to give all of them some Maize Plus mixture, at least 1 load, maybe 2, see how we go, and we'll go from there. But just looking at these ones still had some grass, and their productivity is at 100% health and puberty they are getting up there. The rest of them are in desperate need of some food, so we'll carry on and go and get them fed. Well, just getting the last mix here done, just getting the straw bale put in, everything else is all in there, so drop that in and we'll let that get mulched up and then we'll be good to go. So this is our 8th load. We've done 2 into, well, once we're finished we would have done 2 into each of our cow pastures and cattle barns, so that'll be good. They're looking good getting that food. And it's taken a wee while, as is to be expected, because we do have a long way to go. Once the feedlot's here, and we're only mixing and feeding most of the animals just here, it certainly will be a whole lot quicker as a process. But we certainly got down to a pretty good routine there with getting bales ready and having everything good to go once the maize silage was in. I realised that the maize silage would tap out at 13,600 litres for some reason. And if we dropped a bale in too early, like we did on this load, it would actually stop filling altogether. And I guess that's because of the trigger, because it's detecting something other than the maize silage in the mixer. So a little bit of something to consider when we're doing this in the future. But we'll head on down, we'll go to that last delivery and get this food all tipped into the barn, and then we'll be back. Getting the last of the feed here dumped into the cow barn. Intrigued to find out what is going on with these animals and why they seem to be so laggy and jittery. Like I said before, it's definitely nothing to do with the system performance, it's something in the game. So I might go through and disable a whole lot of the mods that I've added in that I'm not using, see if that might resolve it, and test it that way. If it doesn't fix things, it might be a shader cache or something like that we might need to delete and recompile, but we'll just get this last little bit here, just over 7,000 litres still to go, and then we'll be able to head on back down to the yard and pack things up. And there we are, all empty. Get that mixer turned off, door closed, and we'll be good to go. Before we do, let's just take a quick look in here at our animals. So you can see they have all got pretty much 50,000 litres of feed, 49 there, 48, 48, and 54 with the brown Swiss. The brown Swiss were the ones that still had some feed left from the grass that they had in the field. But there we go, that is all looking very good. I did notice how much slurry we have too, 83, 17, 48 and 91. I think when we look in the time-saving stock check there, we've got 241,000 litres of slurry. Not worth anything, so we'll have to see about whether we can get it spread onto some of our fields at some stage. Of course we don't have any equipment for that, and we're already heavily in debt, so we don't really want to be thinking about doing that right now. But I'm sure there'll be some way we can get something done. Anyhow, let's get our way back down to the yard and we'll wrap things up for today. So I think we'll park this here just in the straw barn. We left the Kubota there in the other barn, so they are easy to get to. Probably not ideal leading into winter having this equipment parked out in the colder potential conditions, but for now we'll have to make do with them there. As for our bales of silage, what do we use? We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 left of the 34 or 36 that we bought. So we've actually used half of them. There is the 2 down at the store all ready to go and pick up. So this setup, I'm pretty impressed with how it works. What I did have in mind, we do have a hitch there on the back. So I did consider buying the IT runner trailer and another of the mixers. It would be another $100,000 investment, but it would save us a lot of time if we could run 2 of these mixers down to the barns at the same time. We would certainly cover a whole lot more ground and get a whole lot more food delivered to them. But that might only be a short-term requirement, because once the feedlot is out here, we're not going to have to worry about it. And that $100,000 might be better spent in getting that built. But anyhow, that is a perfect place to wrap up this episode. Hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to the Canadian Cattle Farmer on Chilliwack, British Columbia. Now we've moved forward a little bit from when we last saw you. We're into January, deep into winter. Not much snow around, we have had some, but we just got the frost and everything hanging around at the moment, which is just keeping things a little bit on the cool side. But we don't actually have much to do at the moment. We're just standing here waiting for the train, which you can just see rounding the corner up there, and we have some wheat to sell. So we'll just have a look at our pricing. So you can see there we had our 53,000 litres of wheat, which is at our peak $4.68, we've dropped $4, so we're going to lose about $200 on what we could have maximised our profit on, which isn't too bad. But there is the train. We're going to jump into that and go and get this sold at Alberta. Now there's a few other changes as we go through here and load things up that I just wanted to point out, and we'll just discuss those. So one thing I've discovered is when we look at our economy screen, we were losing a whole heap of money to water purchases, and I couldn't figure out what it was. But it turns out, on further inspection, we're just going to stop there and hopefully get our wheat put in there. There we go, 53,000 litres of wheat, which will go in very quickly. But we're just going to go and have a look at our prices screen. You can see down here, we were losing 20 grand a month on water costs. In December, we dropped that down to 1100, and what I found out is with the Maize Plus, it increases the amount of water consumption that the animals require, and as a result you charge the price. The water is set in the fill types for the map, and the water on this was set at, I think it was 1 cent per litre, so that was adding up over our 250 head of cattle, was adding up pretty quickly to an exorbitant amount of money a month for water. So we've gone into the map, we've edited that value down from 1 cent to, I think we're 0.005 of a dollar, so not even half a cent, 20% less, 20 times less, in fact, not even 20%. So a big reduction there, which meant we will not lose as much money to water across the season. And to balance that out, we did add some money back in there, so we've got a $50,000 balance at the moment. And top that up with getting this sold as well, add another 25 or so onto that. Now we are going to head back down to the farm, but next time we see you after we've sold this, it is going to be a little bit further into spring, and we'll have a little bit of a catch up then about what the plans are. But we'll just carry on along the tracks here, get out to Alberta, head the train on its way, and go and get this wheat sold. Here we are, just about at the edge of the map. We should get booted out of the train and asked if we want to sell everything at Alberta as we hit this spot. And there we are. Do we want the train to sell the goods? We certainly do. And there we go. We've got $24,500 plus $1,800 environmental score for the grain cost of $95 to lease the train. Of course, you pay $1,000 per hour, and we only had that for a few minutes. So that's not too bad. Now, we'll take the chance while we're down here. Have a look at our alfalfa field. Everything's looking pretty good on that. Expected yield down a little bit, probably because of the soil type being silty clay, but our pH value, nitrogen and everything is all perfect. We did skip the rolling on it, but of course we don't have a roller or anything like that to deal with it. So we're going to head back to the yard, we're going to skip forward time, and we're going to catch up with you when it's a little bit warmer, and we've got a few more things to do. So welcome in to spring. We have moved forward, we're into March, and we're a little bit poorer, but we do have a new addition here on the farm. Now I took the advice of some people from my last video, and we've added the lease vehicle mod in. We actually already had it installed, but we're making use of it here. So we've gone ahead and leased this IT runner trailer and the mixer, and we are going to use that to double up on the capacity we can haul from here down to the animals, because obviously the less trips we have to run, the better. I've also gone through and figured out why auto drive, when I tried to use it, was trying to unfold the and drop the container off. I was trying to unfold the IT runner for both the truck and the trailer, and I've figured out why that is. So in here under the settings, right down the bottom in auto drive, experimental feature settings, and there was a fold implements option which was on set as yes, and when it was on yes it wanted to fold or unfold, as the case may be, the IT runner. So we've turned that to no, and we now have the situation where it won't do it when we set it to auto drive. In fact, we'll test that. We should be able to press go on that one. And there we are. It's driving off without any issues. That means we can utilize auto drive now to fill this up. Well, it won't fill it up because we still have to make the mixture. But hopefully, and we will test it a little bit later on, we can set this off to the 2 or 4 animal barns, and it will automatically unload and feed the animals and then come back to be set up and have another mix made. So we're going to go and try that out, and that could hopefully improve our efficiencies while we're feeding the animals, and we can be more focused on some of the other tasks that are here at hand here at the yard. Now speaking of other tasks, we're into that sweet spot where we can get some grass, some clover, some more alfalfa planted if we wish. Just having a look at our other crops that we could look at planting, some oats, even potatoes, sugar beet, sugarcane, cotton, all sorts of things in there that we could get planted, sunflowers as well. I'm on the fence. I'm thinking with the profit we made on soybeans, that is going to stay as our cash crop. We did toy with the idea of potatoes, but we don't have any equipment, so I think we're very quickly going to park that one. But I do want to get some clover planted because I haven't had a play around with that yet, so we'll go and get some clover put in. We might aim for some more alfalfa or possibly a little bit of grass today, so that could be the main task for the rest of the episode, is to get some crops seeded and leave the truck here running off on an auto drive course to try and get the animals fed. Now, I haven't recorded the auto drive courses for those barns yet, so we are going to have to do that for each one, which will take a little bit longer and effectively will mean we'll have to do all of the work anyhow. But at least once we've got it set up, it should make things much easier for future animal feeding. That is, until we get the feedlot set up here. Again, we're too tight on money to be doing that at the moment, so we're just going to carry on with the barns and the animal pens we've got. Now, I am embarrassed to say all our animals are completely out of food. We did let them run out across winter rather than feeding them, so their health and everything like that is not looking the best. We do have some Holsteins here, both of those which are getting very close to the age that obviously they can reproduce at. They're over 18 months old, but the age that they can produce milk at, which I believe is from 27 months. So we do need to get in there and get their health back up so they can get into that reproduction and milk production stages. So with all that being said, I think what we might do, we'll come back to this in a little bit. We're going to go and grab the New Holland out of the shed. We're going to pull out the planter, which is over in the other shed, and we're going to go and get started on getting some more crop into the ground. We do have the planter here, seeder. We've got some seed in it, but we're going to make sure it's topped up. I think we just need to come in under that one, get the hatches for the seed open. I'm pretty sure this is our seed one. Perhaps it's the fertilizer. I can't remember which order they were in. I almost need a little symbol or a sign to be able to tell me. Let's open the fertilizer hatch up. No. Maybe we're not right under the trigger. Let's have a look. Oh, it was the fertilizer. In fact, it has filled the fertilizer up. Just no animation on these bins like we've spoken about before. But we'll come over this one, and I'm pretty sure this should be our seed then. And in fact, there it is. You can see that filling up. So we are chock-a-block there, full of seed, full of fertilizer. We're going to head on down the road to the new field we ploughed not that long ago, and we're going to go and get some clover put into that one. And then we might head back over this way to the field down where the maize was last year, and we'll look at putting something over in there, whether it's some alfalfa or some clover there as well. So let's head on down and go get started. So here we are down at this field. Now what I thought I might do, seeing we've made the effort to drive down here before we've brought the feed wagon down, is we could actually use the tractor here to record this course through the barn. Now if we just get to about there, and we're going to start recording it. Of course, we haven't created our new vehicle entrance into this area just yet. That is certainly on the list of things to do at some stage. There we go. Get that recording, get turned in here. We need to factor in that we will have that big long trailer as well as the truck, so we need to make sure we make a big wide turn down here that they are going to be able to negotiate and hopefully get square enough to be able to get turned back in. So we'll use as much of the space here as we can. I won't quite go into the neighbour's field. Hope that we can get through with the cedar on the back. We can. There we go. So we'll be able to give this a whirl with the truck once we've got that all set up. Don't get the tractor caught on the edge. We'll pop down here and we'll put a label on this to see if it will unload when it gets into the trigger. So we will call this check the field ID, and we'll give it a name. So we're calling this cows, and we're going to call it farmland 125. There's actually not a field number down here, so that is actually the farmland ID for this area, but we should be able to carry on out there. We aren't recording because we went into the menu. Faux pas there. Hit record again. In fact, we were still recording. I wonder why it stopped. I can only assume because we'd exited the menu it had defaulted to not doing it, but there we go. Get that one connected up, and we'll then be able to drive out, pretend like we're going through a bit of a crossing here, and head on back down to the yard. There we are. That should get us pretty much back on the straight and narrow. Just going to drag that one across a little bit, connect it there. Stop our recording, turn that all off, and we'll have to test that out very, very soon. But let's go and get started with planting this clover. If anything's unfolded, we'll be able to get turned on in just a second. Here we are. I have already unfolded it. It isn't quite finished. It was working, but there we go. Let's have a look. We are underway, and we are seeding. Seed and fertilizer both going down, and we're going at a decent clip, 11 miles per hour in this little seeder. So not too bad. Makes up for the slightly smaller width that we get with this one compared to any other seeder we could have had. So we shouldn't take too long to get through this field. We're just going to crack straight into a little bit of a time lapse, get it done, and then we'll head on back down and make a start in another one. That has not taken very long at all to get that clover all planted. Just all through this field, we've got that little section there that we missed for whatever reason. We're going to pick that up and then we'll be all done. So this will be a good little field. I think we're going to go and do exactly the same down in the field, right down the bottom, by where the maize was. So I think we'll get this turned off, fold it up and head on down there. Looking forward to actually testing out that auto drive course with the feed mixers and seeing if that will work to get the cows fed, because that is going to save us a huge amount of time if we can. So we have to wait and see, but I am looking forward to testing that out. We'll head on down there and we'll go and get a bit more clover into the ground. We get the planter unfolded down here and we'll get straight into this. Now I was just doing a little bit of research on the way down here. With our clover, just a little bit too fast again, but with our clover we can make clover silage and clover hay. Now from what I can tell with Maize Plus, we can only use clover silage as a replacement for regular silage, just clipping the fence on the corner. So we might have to have a little bit more of a think about what we're going to do with this. We could make clover silage and potentially sell it, depending on how much we make, but we should be able to bale it up, I suppose, if we're making it into silage, roll it up and wrap it and do it that way rather than putting it into a clamp. Of course we do have the fast baler, which should do a pretty decent job of that. So plenty to ponder, plenty to consider. The one thing we do need to make quite a bit of is grass silage, because that is one of our definite requirements that we need for our mixture, and we've only got those limited grass bales that we bought still down at the yard. So we will have to get some grass planted, particularly in that part right in front of the yard where we were going to put some grass behind the silos, and I might look at doing some possibly either over on the very far yard, the one that's sort of along the edge of the map down here with this one, or in the square paddock over the road from the yard. So a few things to consider. That is what's going through my mind at the moment for that. But with this one, we're just going to carry on with planting the clover here and get this all done as well. Well, we're pretty much all done in this field. Last little piece to do here in front of us, and that will be that. got through it without having to top up with seed or fertiliser, getting a little bit lower on the fertiliser stakes, but not too bad at all. So we're going to head on back to the yard, and once we get back there I'm actually going to grab the feed mixers and we're going to go and try and feed that barn that we ran the auto drive course down, just to see if it works. It's a bit of a proof of concept, so let's go along and test that to see if everything goes as we had hoped and as we expected, because I think that'll set us up pretty well for next time, for the future, to make sure we're feeding our animals as efficiently as we can. So get everything folded up here and head on back down the road. So first things first with our auto drive here in the feed wagon. Now we've got it set up and I'll show you how this is going to work. All going to plan. We come in here, I've got a harvest store fill. We'll turn that on and that should take us around, hopefully, we're going to get on the right course. There we go. Hopefully around to where the conveyor is, or just past the conveyor, and this is where we want to head the truck to once it's finished, after it's fed the animals. So we'll head around the corner. It should pause, it should go just past the conveyor, to be perfectly honest with you, but that's okay. We'll let them get turned around. No, that's the harvest store fill. Okay. Can't remember what the name of it was. Harvest store load, maybe? We'll have a quick look, actually, and just check what the other harvest store option was. Harvest store load. There we go. So that should, all going to plan, come around this side and head on to that course. It's not quite going to because we're a little bit behind. Back up a touch. Press start. Right. Here we go. It was going to go. So it's going to head around, and it's the collision on the conveyor. We've had this issue before with our mining series, so that's fine because we want to do this bit manually. I don't think we're going to be able to load automatically with this, so we'll just pull this up here and start getting some maize silage in there. We've got quite a lot of it now. We've obviously had the winter of it fermenting. Still not all of it though. There is actually some still sitting up in the silo to ferment, so we'll leave that running, but we're just going to have a quick look at that. There you go, still have 300,000 litres of maize to process, but we do have 300,000 litres of maize silage. So we'll leave that running. We'll go and get some straw bales, go and get our maize bales, or our silage bales, maize bales, go get those out, and then we'll be good to go and put some of those into the mixer. We've got the silage into, or the maize silage at least, into the front mixer, so we'll just get the silage bales, grass silage, of course, into there, and drop those two in. They will get processed and turned into some healthy food for the cows, and we'll try pick up one of these straw bales. Here we are. Get that put in, and that will be our front mix done, and then we've just got to go grab a couple more silage bales to put in the back with the straw, and that will be the rear mixer done. Here we go. That's that, and just these other two. So once we're done with this, we'll have everything ready to go. Press play on auto drive and see if we're going to be able to get the animals fed automatically, or whether we're going to have to carry on doing it manually. Here we are, last bale in to the mixer, and we'll be able to go and set it off to the animal pens. That should get chewed up again. Disappear in just a second. We'll park this up over here. And can't double check we've got our mixtures all correct. Should be all the same. We've got everything else configured exactly the same, so we should have a decent amount of TMR up in here. There we go, 52,000 litres. Let's try and get this all set up. Now I think if we go from here, we want to drop off at cows, field 125. Can we select our mix? Total mix ration realistic, that should be us, and we want to come back to harvest or load. Let's press go and see what happens. I'm going to ride along here. It's got to harvest or load. We need to press play. Hopefully to get it to go to the next one. Right, let's try and drive past that and see if we can do this, because that could be a little bit of a problem. Here we go. Right, we're on the delivery run. Even though the Kubota's in the way. Good start. Right, there we are. That's out of the way now. Truck's going. Let's ride along. We've got a course that goes all the way down around the silage bunkers, and then should head on down to the cow pasture. So, let's see. Hopefully, fingers crossed, and all of that this is going to work. Well, best laid intentions, I think, are not going to work. This trailer setup isn't working quite the way I'd had hoped, which is a real shame. This could have been the ultimate TMR feed mixing setup if we could have got everything to work, but I think we'll let it go for a little bit longer, but I just think the weight of the trailer or something around is just going to cause us too many issues here with the steering. It just wants to go straight on. There's a bit more weight in the front. There's a lot of weight actually past the rear axles, but let's just see if it will get turned out here. Look, it's really struggling understeering there. We are going to get out, and we might manage to get down there, but we're certainly not going to be able to do a 180 turn down into that cattle barn that is down the other end. But let's see how we go. That's our answer solved. Well, that is a real big disappointment, I must admit. I thought this was going to be a real winner. So what I might do, we're just going to very cheekily leave the trailer there. And let's see, without it, whether we can get auto drive to work anyhow to do our feed mix and deliver it. Because if we can at least get auto drive to do it, even if it's just with the truck. Fortunately we didn't buy that trailer, we have only leased it at this stage. Even if it's just with the truck, it could be worth trying. So we'll put that onto the cows and see what happens when it gets down there. So here we are. We'll see what happens when we get turned into here. See if we make the turn first, then we'll see if we can make it into the barn down the other end, and then we'll see if things will unload. That's a good start without the weight there of that trailer on the back. It's a positive. So we'll see what happens when we get down the other end. Now just while we're looking at this, if anyone's aware of an IT trailer that would work better, perhaps has a longer wheelbase, different axles, or something like that, that we could hook up onto this, let me know. I'd be really keen to try it out. We'll make the turn around here. Let's see if it will get into the barn, because if it can get here and we'll then do the feeding, that does mean we can still have some work to do, but not too much. We're in. Now it's the question, so is it going to unload? Moment of truth. The trigger is right at the other end of the barn, or the trigger point at least for the auto drive course. Let's see if it's going to drop any of this TMR off into the pen or not. No, unfortunately, it seems that wasn't going to work either, so we might as well unload this while we're here. Well, that was an experiment that's gone a lot less positive than I thought. Now we do get... because it wasn't turned on. I wonder if we do it with it turned on, whether that will work. Let's try that out. So we backed out to come in from the start. I expect... Is it going to keep it running? It has kept it running, so this might be enough for it to find the trigger. Again, let's see if we're going to get some food unloaded in here. Waiting. Again, I don't think we're going to. Still nothing. I thought we would have found it by now if we were going to. No, it doesn't look like it's going to work. Unless it gets to the trigger and then tries to do it. Let's see when it stops. No. Oh well. Again, another experiment that didn't work. We are in the trigger, as you can see that there. We can turn the TMR on and get that unloading. And get the animals fed. So, well, we're trying. We're looking for options. We're trying to find ways that we can make this work a little bit better than it does. But nothing so far that has come to fruition. So we're keen to find out if anyone else has any other ideas on what we could possibly do to make this just work that little bit better. Find a more efficient way to get these animals fed. Of course, once we get them all back down at the main yard with the feedlot, it will make things a whole lot easier because we're not going as far. But for now, this is the solution we've got, and we're just going to have to stick with it. So I do need to get everything fed. We'll work on that. We might save a little bit for a live stream on the weekend, and while we're at it, we're probably going to plant that field behind the yard, and I was actually considering planting it all with grass. Doing the whole of these fields, 147 and 148, all of this in grass, because that will give us a huge amount of silage, and it's not too far to take to the bunker. And if we did have to put some pens down on top of it, I wouldn't be too concerned, and then we can have some maize over the road and use those two for some cash crops. So plenty of options there for things to do. Anyhow, that is the perfect place to wrap this up. Failed experiment with the TMR mixes, but we will keep trying. We won't give up for that. It is certainly going to be an option that will work for us. So I hope you've enjoyed that episode. Hope it's been helpful for you. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Well, this isn't actually the end of the video. I was looking at auto drive and realised I had it on a load course rather than a load and deliver. So we've just changed that. And just have a look there on the right. You can see we've gone to one where it's load at the harvest store, dump at the cows with TMR. So we're going to go and make another mix up here. We could actually drop the IT runner off on the trailer and pick it up, but I think it'll be just as quick to make another mix and go down and see if we can actually get it to work this time. So we'll race through that and go and test it once more. So we've got a full mix made up here. Let's press go and see what happens now. So we've actually got the delivery targets gone to cows, FL125, which is perfect. Now if this does actually work, now that we're actually trying it around the right way, we could even run the IT runner trailer behind a tractor. Could use the New Holland for that, and maybe use that to go and feed some of the animals as well. Or we could look to lease another of the IT runner trucks and have two of these as a bit of a fleet, and then they could still get the same amount done, but twice as quick. Or you have hooked the trailer, the IT runner trailer, up to the New Holland to get it out of the way. But anyhow, this course should work. We'll let it run all the way down to the cow barn, and then we'll see when we get down there whether we get some unloading or not. Alright, let's see what happens. We'll get this turned in here, and we'll wait and see whether it will detect the trigger and turn the mixer on, or whether we're going to have to do that manually. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. I thought we would have been in a trigger if it was going to work. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. I'm going to stop that right there. I think if we were going to do it, it would have started by now. Let's back things up. Turn that on. Then we're going to send it in once more just to see if it will do it this time. Alright, we're out of the trigger. Mixer's going. Let's press play. Go and see what happens this time. Are we going to get TMR loading into the barn automatically? There it is. Alright, so we can do it. We can automate our deliveries and get the TMR mixers to run down here and deliver TMR to the cow barns without us having to do it. That's awesome. I am very, very happy with that. So the only things I have to remember: turn the mixer on. And that's about it. As long as the mixer's on, it's going to work. Make sure I put it on the right course, and everything is going to work perfectly. So I think, now that we've figured that out, that is going to set us up again, even better the next time. Just have to make a decision now whether we do buy ourselves another, or lease at least another one of these trucks, and have two of them running with two of these mixers on. And then we can feed all the animals a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently than we could previously. So, we are going to wrap things up there. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope this has been helpful to you. Hope you've enjoyed the episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello everyone, Argsy here. Welcome back to the Canadian Cattle Farmer on Chilliwack, British Columbia. We're standing here in the field. We're going to jump into the New Holland in just a minute. We've got a whole of grass seed in the back of the planter. We've topped that all up with everything we need, fertilizer and seed, and we're going to get in here and tackle this field. Now I've made a decision. We're going to plant grass in this whole field. Reason for that is so we can make a good amount of grass silage. It's nice and handy to the yard, and once we get to building the feedlot, which is going in this section here, then we'll be able to just rip up the grass or plant it over the top of the grass, and it won't matter quite so much. And then the field over the road, directly over there, will be a good one for some corn to make some more silage. Again, nice and convenient to the yard, so easy to get in and out of. And then the other big field over in that direction will be our main one for some arable crops. So that is the plan. We're going to jump into that in just a little bit. But before we do, I have some very exciting news. Thank you to everyone who suggested picking up this Lizard trailer that was in Mod Hub. It's an IT runner trailer, but it's for semi-trucks. And you can see we've got it hooked up there to a dolly and onto the back of the Mac. And we are able to run both feeders, both TMR mixers, to the feedlots or down into the animal pens and get the animals fed with both of these. So we can haul pretty much 52,000 litres of TMR in one trip. It doesn't load it automatically. That's the only downside, because we do tell it that it's delivering TMR realistic mix, and of course when it gets here to this point it is loading just the maize, so we do still have to manually do all the mixtures and everything like that. But for the small inconvenience of having to stop and do that every now and then, I'll take that any day of the week. Now we do intend to get all the animals fed today, get them all topped up as much as we can, Convenient thing is, if we're planting in this field, we can observe the truck when it comes back and is ready to be loaded up again, and we can just jump out of the planter, come over and top it up, and send it off on its way again. So, very quickly, I think this is just in need of a couple of silage bales and a straw bale, and then it'll be all good to go. We do also still need to make up the auto drive courses to get it down to the other 3 animal pens, but most of them already have an auto drive course to be able to get to the yard that goes with it, so it's only actually doing the little bit of the course at the other end. So we can still send the truck off and then go down and record those when it gets there. So we're going to jump in the Kubota very quickly, grab a couple of silage bales, grab a straw bale, and get this truck on its way. So there we are, we've got the mixer full up now. Just as proof of concept, we're just going to press play here, and it's heading on down to the cows. It's 94% full, and it will go down and get this total mixed fraction fed into them. Now, the one thing we do have to do, as I said last time, is keep the mixers running, so they will always be up and running. But we're just going to ride along here very quickly in a little time lapse down the road and head on down to the farm straight down in front of us, where we've already fed the animals, just to show you how it all works, and then we don't have to worry about too much about observing every other field, or at least putting it in the video, every other pen I should say, and putting it in the video. We'll just show you that it has done it by looking at the animal feed levels at the end of the episode, because obviously my main focus is getting the grass planted in that field and then thinking about what we're going to be doing over the road. So let's just ride along very quickly, and we'll catch you down at the cattle pen. Alright, moment of truth. Now the truck went and proved me wrong there, clipping a couple of things on the way down, which is a little bit frustrating. But let's see if we do get in here and get some TMR unloaded from both. Well, there we go, there's the front mixer already doing its thing, so that is a good job. Now we just have to wait and make sure the back one does. So I can accept the few fine tuning needed being done on auto drive courses and auto drive routes. And when I ran it as a test, I had the front mixer empty, so whether the weight made a difference to the handling of the truck, I'm not quite sure, but we can certainly amend those and adjust those little collisions we had there. We'll let this one empty out, and then we'll see what happens with the back one, but hopefully when it gets to exactly the same spot, it's going to do exactly the same thing, and then we'll be all good to get into this proper. And I'm not actually going to be able to show you how the back one works, because we've managed to put 60,000 litres of food in here, so it's actually now full. So I think let's send this guy down to another one of the farms, and we'll go and get the auto drive course all set up for that. Then we'll just have to go and show you when we get to the next one how the rear trailer unloads, but it does work, I can assure you. Well, after those little mishaps there, everything did work for me before. It's always frustrating when you do that. I could have edited it out, but I do want to show you that things do happen and we do have to make adjustments on the fly and get things to work. But it's always a fine-tuning process with auto drive course play. Any of those things where you're using the PC or the computer to run a little bit of the work for you. We're going to get into planting grass in here. You can see we've got that selected. We'll get that lowered down and should be able to make a start heading around this field. Now it should, well, it's going to take us a wee while. This is a pretty large field to be planting grass in, but like I said, we are going to have other tasks to do as we run around here waiting for the truck to come back and need to get filled, and we're going to have to head off and do a couple of auto drive courses as we go. So we'll certainly be doing what we can when we can, and just keeping things moving as much as we can here in the farm. So we're just going to crack into this. We'll catch you probably when we head down. In fact, it'll be very soon. So we'll head down and get that truck set up. I've sent it down to field 203, which was the one just over the train tracks. We'll head down there and set up the auto drive course and have a look at how that trailer works. But we're just going to carry on here just a little bit, and next time we'll be down there at field 203. Well, let's see how we get on down here at field 203. I've set the auto drive course up and we're now racing in here at a great rate of knots, but we've just slowed down because I think the truck's detected a trigger, has it? I hope it has. We should hopefully start unloading any moment now. And there we are. It was a little bit further into the pen this time than the last one, which was interesting. The last trigger was much further back. There we are, that is unloading front hopper, so hopefully once this one's done, it shouldn't take too long. We'll get the back one moving forward and see if we can get that one emptied out as well. Alright, moment of truth. Front mixer's empty. Should drive forward to about the same spot and do exactly the same here on the back one. See, we can just spin around and see if we can catch it. And there it is. Perfect. The system works. So there we are, we've got both trailers, 52,000 potential litres of TMR being delivered at one time by the trucks. And when these feed pens only have a capacity of 60,000, then that should do a pretty good job of keeping them pretty fed. It's going to be a pretty daily exercise though to run these down, but 4 auto drive courses, 4 pens, 4 courses, 4 loads, not too bad to manage I think. It's going to make it a lot easier when we can do this all automatically and we can stay back at the yard and manage the loading and other things. So I guess there's nothing left to do now. We'll go jump back in the other tractor, leave this guy to find his way back to the yard, and one point when we're driving around we'll have to jump out and get them loaded up, get them down to the next of the cattle pens. But fantastic to have this up and running. So once again, thank you everyone who suggested the semi-trailer there with the IT runner. That has been a fantastic solution and a bit of a lifesaver for us. So let's carry on with getting some grass planted. We'll catch up with you again very soon. We're a little bit over halfway through the field here, just watching the truck making its way back into the yard again. That has been all 4 of the cattle pens have all now had a truckload of TMR. So we've got all the auto drive courses set up on all of them. Jump back and forth a little bit between loading and obviously getting the truck set up at each of the barns, which has taken a little bit longer, but now that we've got that all set up, I think it's going to be pretty efficient to be able to just run that, let him do his thing, and we'll just take care of whatever we're doing and let him get in. Now, is he going to make it in the entrance there? I think we need to fix that fence because it hasn't quite worked as well. It did came in one time, it got in no worries, but it looks like this time it might be stuck. But we're just going to carry on here. We don't have too much more to do, and we'll be able to get this field all finished off and have the grass done, and be able to move on into a new day and looking at some new activities next time. Here we are, just about finished in the field here. Got all the grass planted. This is quite a big field. It's going to be a fun one to do some silage in when it comes time to get this grass silage. We have to decide whether to do bales or loose silage. That might be something to consider. We've actually got a silage bagger. Maybe we could look at doing some bagged silage for this rather than everything else. That might make it a bit easier to unload as well, because hopefully we could park the 10 mixes next to that and unload straight into them, but we'll have to figure that out, find out what the best way to do it is. Of course, we did put the bunkers down though, so we should be really considering using those at some stage. But we'll just head along the end here, get things finished off, fold it up and back over to the yard. Well, before we put this away in the shed, I think we'll give it a good clean off. We are going to need the planter, probably putting soybeans in the big field as our cash crop again. Looks like we're going to do pretty well off the soybeans we have. Although I better double check. I wonder if we could plant something we might make some money off a bit sooner. Of course, soybeans we have to wait till July, which is pretty much a full year, or it's a year and a half or more from now, a year and 3 months. If we were to plant them now until we'd actually get some money off them, which is a little bit of a that's a long wait for any income. So we'll have a look. We might come up with something different, maybe some canola. We'll see what the pricing is like. Let's go and get this put away. I've got one more thing I want to do before we wrap things up for this episode, so we'll get this sorted and jump into the truck and go and do that. Look at the semi out. We have the bale trailer on the back. We're just heading down to the store. We're going to go and pick up some more silage bales and grass silage. Obviously I think we've only got about 4 or 5 bales left at the yard, and we're going to need all of those and then some more to keep making our feed mix. So we'll go down and buy another load. I think there's still 2 down there from last time, so we'll go down and pick them up, buy another 32 if my calculations are correct. I think we fit 34 on the trailer, and we'll go and get those taken back down to the yard, ready to get the animals fed tomorrow, because as we skip forward another day they are going to be hungry again. So we'll go and get these bales loaded up. There we go, 34 grass silage bales on our way back down to the farm. So that did cost us a better part of $18,000 or something like that. So choose through our money. We do need to get that grass growing and get making our own silage. I certainly hope once these animals start producing some milk, we're actually going to get some money off them. That is the ideal plan. But we'll just get on back down to the yard, get this unloaded, and then we'll be all set up for the next episode. It'll be fantastic. Well, there we are, back here at the yard. We've got the bales unloaded. I haven't gone quite so close to the barn this time, made it a little bit easier, and we're all good to go for next time. We've got a load of TMR already in, well, not TMR, but we've got a load of maize silage in there ready to go, so we just need to get the bales in and we'll be able to get back to feeding the animals. I'm not going to go through that every episode with the animals. It'll just be a summary that yes, we've fed them or no, we haven't, and we'll get it done. But that is us done for another episode here on Chilliwack, British Columbia, for the Canadian cattle farmer. It's good to have the grass planted in here. Now the plan is next time when we're back is to plant the 2 fields over the road, one with corn, definitely corn, and I'm not quite sure what we're going to do in the big field yet. Like I said, soybeans, but we might look at something we can make some money off a little bit sooner than those, so we'll give that some consideration. But for me, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed that episode, and I'll catch you in the next one.